Bucket, everyone fucking bucket right now!
Bucket, right now! Diggy, diggy hole. Oh man, just kind of quiet today. It's hot. Watched the grandkid yesterday. Super tired, exhausted, not feeling well. Man, it was a heck of a day yesterday, but I figured need to get on here and do some digging and do some streaming. All the good work, you know. Yeah, I'm so out of it. I didn't even update the stream titles or anything. I need to, but yeah. Fix multi-stream on you and Deadpool. I never really messed with that. I don't even know what that's like. I mean, I read about it, but never partaken in it. So probably update that information. Ooh, look at Blocky go. Oh, I'm on seasonal now. Oh, well, that'll show me. No, played my hand. All right, let's update some stuff real quick. Alright, well, I'll just update the other stream, the YouTube side later. Good enough now. I'll just change it. Okie dokie. Yeah, I looked in general. You had it side by side. How did you do that? And that basically just puts it to where you have multiple streams up at once watching them. I know Twitch has like an integrated like multi-stream where I can stream and I can partner up with like Deadpool or another creator, and it allows our chats to interact with each other. But I've never tried it, and I don't know if it works with Restream at all. So. Andre, how's it going, Mondre? I'm recovering. Man, it's been a hard couple weekdays. Something, I don't know. I know the weekend I was like out. But I think I came down with the same kind of crud that Rasher wife had, that I was taking care of her for those 3 days I was off. And then I had the grandbaby yesterday. So, like, I ended up going to bed at like 8 or 9 o'clock last night and did not wake up until 11 a.m. my time. So, definitely think I have some kind of crud. Nah, we'd be okay. We'd be okay. See, we are gearing up. I'm going to be doing a birthday stream the 26th of June. We're just going to do a long ass stream, I figure. Hang out, joke. There'll be a bunch of the people in there, people coming in and out, all that kind of stuff. Should be a good time. Should definitely be a good time. How you doing, Mondre? You and Lady were part of an active shooter training exercise. Well, that's cool. All you can say is they need work. I mean, yeah. I mean, the more training, the better. So the fact that you participated definitely helps them get better. So they'll be able to review what they need to work on, and yeah. Was a good day today. You got 44 and 23% match. I mean, that's not bad. Puts you about 20k clean out if you had 100% mats. So that's not bad at all. Nothing to shake a stick at. Well, dang. I guess that kind of situation puts you in for, I mean, it's training for everybody. They probably have never experienced something like that, or first time, and so for them, they're needing to do certain things. I don't know, but it's good that you were there for them to at least get that practice. I know, like, when I'm hospitalized due to my condition and whatnot, I usually volunteer as a pincushion for the techs that come in that need to practice, whether they're doing phlebotomy or if they just need to practice doing IVs. I usually volunteer because that's the only way they're going to get better. So. You did your part. Serve the community. GG's. Got Deadpool stream playing in the background, and Bjorn decided to fire off a machine gun, so that's what came through on the headset, I figured. I mean, I know like one person that ever did like EMS or ambulance or anything like that, and I don't know that that's really a situation that they practice on in high school, or not high school, but in school training and stuff like that. Where I think like the police are going to train more for that situation than EMS usually. Police would go in, they would clear an area, make sure it's safe enough for medical personnel to get in, and then EMS can go in and do their thing. I don't know, I wasn't there, and I don't have experience on really either side, but that's how I think it would work. But I remember my friend doing EMS stuff, and that's not anything he ever talked about in his training. Which you would think would happen, because in our area we did actually have a shooting like that a couple years back. Well, I could say it's more than a couple years back. It's been, I don't remember how many years now, but the community college ended up having a situation like that, and I believe it was like 11 people that ended up dying. Double check on that. It's been a few years. Like I said. Yeah, about 10 years ago coming up. This October is when it happened. 9 people injured, 8 others. So, yeah. Yeah, police do have like some EMS training. Yeah, it's definitely something that needs to be prepared for. So, yarn, buckets, and frying pans. That's right, that's right. Yep, exactly. If you don't do it, you'll never learn. And if you train, that's the only way to get better. So, yeah. Okie doke. Let's see what I have for my settings. I think it's graphics, advanced. Particle quality is low. Yes. Guard, yes. Yes, but it is low. If you have it off, you can't see if the water's running in the plant. If you have it on low, you can at least see that much. But lower particles means that you're going to have to deal with less FPS drop, stuff like that. So reverse, reverse. Okay.
Bucket, everyone fucking bucket right now!
Bucket right now, Dave. How's it going? Thanks for the raid. Taking care of some stuff, uno momento, and I'll be back to digging. Alright, Mondre's back, I'm back. Alright, let's get back to digging. Get back to digging. Okay. Dave rated again with more viewers. Thank you, Dave, again. Appreciate it. That's done, that's done. His stuff. Alright. Freaking hot. I'm getting tired of it already. It's only gonna get hotter. It's only the beginning of summer, you know. Okay. Okie dokie dokie dokie. Okie dokie dokie dokie. There we go. Just keep digging. I need to go change mats on this dump. Do clean out. Yeah, thanks. Thank you. I'm just in a different channel. Nothing against y'all. You can jump in, whatever. I just didn't want to hang out in the normal voice chat that y'all are hanging in. I mean, I could start renaming them instead of live this. I mean, I can give them some interesting names.
Bucket, everyone fucking bucket right now!
Bucket right now.
Bucket, everyone fucking bucket right now!
Apparently Deadpool's coming over. Everybody raiding out. Welcome, raiders. Thank you, Deadpool Dad, for the raid. Come on, dumpy. Okay. Forgot what I was doing. Take one day off. Forget everything, I tell you. One day off. Forget everything. Well, I figured, yeah, this is about the normal time you get your dad to bed, so. No problemo. But yeah, Deadpool, Towboat, if you're watching, you can come hang out up here. You guys can keep hiding down there. I don't care. I'm not hiding from anybody. I just figured that I would knock the rust off of this channel, you know. It isn't even hot yet. I know it ain't even hot yet. Fucking too hot, man. I don't do hot. I don't do cold. I don't do any of that shit. It's terrible. Womp womp. What's happening? What are you doing?
Thought I'd show you some love.
Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate it. Very much appreciated.
We run out of things to talk about. Nobody's joining in. I don't know what's happened. You've gone away for a couple of days and everyone's like, dig it down.
I don't know what it is. I guess apparently I'm the ringleader, and without guidance, everybody's lost.
Yep.
So.
Yep. That's what it is.
Jeez.
It's the same conversation, what we're doing after leaderboard and everyone's prepping for, and forgetting about birthdays on Thursday and stuff like that. Wink wink. Birthdays on Thursday, everyone.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Birthday stream. Run it for about, I don't know, 6-8 hours. We'll see. So.
Is that a free pass for all of us to get drunk on stream?
Not drunk. You get drunk, we'll make sure that you
okay.
escort it out. But you know, if you want to partake a little bit.
Hey.
So yeah, cold is better than hot. I agree. Bjorn, have a good night.
Yeah.
Catch you later. Well, that's why I said in the rules, there's always an exception, so that would be one of those exceptions.
Yeah. Yeah, Bjorn's been batching my sounds, keeping me awake.
Yeah.
He's a good lad. Mortars coming in, grenades and
machine gun fire.
Billy Bob's farts. Billy Bob put a fart in there last night, so.
God.
Yeah, it's all going off.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't come into chat when I was trying to help Zay out earlier on, doing some, he was doing some skimming the top. Trying to use that for bulldozer. I don't know if you saw that. I wasn't happy with it. But.
I zoned in right after Zay left, apparently. Like, I've been busy today.
Yeah.
So, like, I woke up really late. Like, I wasn't feeling well yesterday. I ended up, like, crashing out before you were done streaming. So.
She's been the same. She's been off work, not well for the last 2 days, and then she's passed it on to me, and I feel, you know, you was on about the other day where it was, like, drained and not well.
Yeah.
I felt like drained this morning. I stayed in bed a bit longer than normal. I was awake, but...
Yeah, I think the last thing I remember was about 9 o'clock last night. And then I didn't wake up again until 11 a.m. this morning. So, I was just a late start. Yeah, I don't know if I finally got the crud that the wife had or what. But she's fine. She's just bouncing around, just, you know, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and I'm just like, God, this sucks.
Yeah, she's back to work tomorrow, the missus, so
Yeah.
I'll be all on my own in the house again. Love it.
Ooh.
All by myself.
I
Try to keep
figured.
myself occupied. I can't do the wallpapering without help because I need somebody to hold the roll when I'm doing all the cutting and stuff, so that's not going to get done.
They gotta hold the wall up? What the hell?
Wallpaper.
Well, yeah, you said they gotta hold the wall.
No, wallpaper. You got to hold the wallpaper while I'm cutting it.
Oh, okay. Well, the paper part cut out, so it just said, gotta hold up the wall, and I was like, damn,
Mm.
doing it wrong.
Yeah. I don't know. A few nails, keep it together, that'll do.
Yeah. Thumbtacks are good.
Yeah. Gaffer tape.
Mm-hmm. That's probably how
What
I
do you
would
call
do it.
that over
Yeah.
there? Duct tape.
Yeah, it's duct tape. As in, like, a duct, D-U-C-T.
Yeah.
But there's a brand called duct tape, and has a duck
yeah,
as the
exactly,
mascot,
yeah.
but yeah. What the hell's a gaffer?
Now we have. I don't know. I don't know where that came from in the funness. It gets used a lot, but fuck knows where it came from. It's one of them.
Yeah, I don't know. That sounded good, so we threw it on some tape, and there you go.
Exactly. This one's a legend.
Yeah,
They designed that shit.
exactly. Like one of these days, somebody will make like a Flex Seal tape or something, but they'll call it Rasher Wrap. It's going to be amazing. And it'll come in bacon print. So.
Rasher wrap.
That's right.
That's funny, man.
Yeah, bacon pattern on it, and even come scented like bacon. There you go.
The term gaffer is normally used for somebody on a work site. So you need to go speak to the gaffer and get the answer off him, like the boss, the gaffer, the head shed.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know where that sound come from either, because that's used a lot.
And you guys use words, don't even know what the hell they are.
I don't. It's normally like a World War II reference or something like that. Like when you look back into some of the stuff that gets used over here, there's a lot of terms that have been lost with the old boys.
Yeah.
But because we've got Google again, we can find out, search, look up, reinitialize the brain.
Exactly. I mean, that's how I found Rasher when I was rebranding my Twitch channel. I'm like, I'm going to rebrand, change names and everything. And yeah, I was like, well, slang term from the 1920s. A Rasher wagon is a frying pan. And I'm like, perfect. It's a logo. It's a name. I'll run with it. So.
That's not saying a Rasher wagon, because naturally that would be like, it sounds like a bacon truck to me. Rasher wagon as in you're carrying the rashers to whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that way. But then if you're like, okay, a frying pan also holds rashers.
Yeah.
So.
It's a good play on words.
Yeah. Like, yeah, I'll run with it.
It's an easy one to remember as well. Yeah, speak to Rasher.
Mm-hmm. Then, yeah, got the frying pan logo, recognizable. You'd be like, you know, if I ever make it big, I'd be like, yeah, frying pan, that's Rasher. You know?
Yeah. Dong.
Yep. Easy. Keep it simple. That's all I was thinking.
Yeah.
So.
Shit's moving.
Just moving.
I'm just not paying attention and fucking shit up.
Oh, snappers.
Yeah, I did a long ass stream yesterday, so thought I'd have a bit of a break.
Well, I remember the night that I was doing the damn wheel bearings and shit, had a couple beers.
Yeah.
Lee McCoe was running until about midnight my time. He said everybody had bailed out on him. I wasn't able to do that because I had just walked in the door. So travel time and everything, I wasn't watching anybody. So didn't know what was going on, but he's like, yeah, everybody left, so I'm ending up the stream. I'm like, okay. So,
Yeah, I was already done for anyway. I've been up all night.
well, I think you
It was
raided
like 10 o'clock.
into Limico, so. I mean, it was
Yeah,
kind of
did you?
split because I was like, hey, you wanted to go to Zay, so I sent everybody to Zay, and then trying to do the raid thing, and so finally it was all right, Limico. Then we raided in Limico, but you had lost about half the people at that point.
Yeah, that's why I come off. I think I was down to 5 people in the end, and I was like, yeah, it's getting a bit.
Well, see, you had about 11 or so in there when you were like looking for people to raid, and you were like, I want to raid Zay, but he doesn't take raids. So then I posted this link, and I think people clicked the link to go watch Zay, and then the only people left were like the lurkers, and you're like, okay, send those to Limico, and then Limico had to shut his stream down to fix his mic issues, and then restart the stream, and I think he lost a lot of momentum there. But
I had that the other day where I had an internet blip. Like quite literally shut off, shut on for like 2 seconds. Not enough to shut everything down, but it was enough to stop the stream.
yeah,
And then the stream restarted. And it was about 30 minutes, and it did it again apparently.
oh, it was 30 seconds.
Cass was on it. Yeah.
Yeah, it came on
So
30
like,
seconds,
fuck.
and then it was off again, and then it took a little bit, and then it came back up, and I'm like, okay, he's back.
Yeah. So I was fuming with that because that I don't know what that was. The internet's normally really good. I've got it right next to the box that comes into the house is right next to the PC, and it's wired on a short wire straight from that to the PC. So there should be no issues unless people are cutting wires outside or whatever.
That was the weekend, wasn't it?
Not sure. I've lost track of days.
Yeah.
I haven't kept up.
I think today's Tuesday. Where my phone is? Yeah, it's Tuesday.
Whereas,
So it would have been Sunday when it happened.
Wednesday now for us.
Right.
1 in the morning.
So Sunday, you had your stream, you had that big concert thing, so you probably, internet provider probably got overloaded and hiccuped the system.
It probably, yeah. There's another thing that they do. They like doing updates in the evenings at different hours where you're not running.
Supposed to not be running?
So, well, it's supposed to not be running, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think that's probably what it was, because you said Saturday your stuff was lagging hardcore because of the festival or concerts you guys had, so.
The Isle of Wight Festival.
I figured maybe Sunday it glitched when people were, or did a reset on the ISP or something.
Yeah.
Everybody got a hookup.
But yeah, then numbers went down about 8 or 9.
Not bad.
I always average like 8 or 9, and then it bumps up. My max so far was like 17.
Crazy,
since,
huh?
This leaderboard, which is nuts. Absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
It's normally on Billy Bob's followers, I think, coming in.
All of Billy Bob's followers.
Showing him their love.
Oh, yeah. Everybody loves Billy Bob.
All his one-day partners that he has. All coming in, trying to claim child support.
Oh, shit. Run, Billy, run.
Run, motherfucker, run. Yeah, did the grandkiddies do your head in then? Did you come away with an headache?
No. I'm lucky I don't get headaches. I get annoyed, but I don't get headaches. No, I just kind of just
How you do it?
kept on a leash. You just kind of get too far, snap the fingers, you come running back. But, yeah.
I'll be buying them drum kits, giving them a big box of Haribo, and here you go, take that back to your mum. Off you go.
Yeah, no, best thing is, oh, they're on their way, and I'm like, here, this is Mountain Dew, you're gonna love this shit.
There he is. Did you fall asleep, Toe?
What, Toe?
No, I had to go take care of some work real quick, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said I was coming up here, but you didn't hear me.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
David, shoot off.
Yep.
How's it going, Rashford?
It be going. How you doing, Toe?
Trying to enjoy life.
Trying to enjoy life. It's too freaking hot. It's only 85. I'm bitching.
104 today.
Yeah, fuck that noise. And you're stuck in a tin can, so.
Decided to go to what was that place? Steakhouse, famous New York. Peter Luggers.
Peter Luger's?
Yeah, Luger's, that's it.
The steakhouse, yeah?
Yeah, I wasn't impressed.
No. It's, well, it's either Luther's or Luger's, but yeah, it's a high-class, fancy fucking place, and...
A bit posh.
Oh, very much. I've heard good and I've heard bad. There are better ones, but I mean, it just depends. Like, what'd you get, 14, 28 day aged, or just a regular steak toe?
I got their rib bone steak.
Oh, the rib bone steak. Was it aged at all, or?
No, they didn't have aged at this location.
Ooh, so it's a... Ah, okay. So you got, like, discount Peter Luger's.
Basically. Like,
Yeah.
it was... The steak itself was cooked, like... As far as the meat being cooked-wise, it was done... The internal was done perfectly. I couldn't ask for a better internal.
Yeah.
Really wasn't hardly any flavor in the meat itself, because they're using a charbroil style grill. They had the flames were just too high, so it had too many burnt pieces
Right.
on the exterior.
Frenchy bastard. That's all I'm hearing.
No, he's got a point.
So,
Like, char is one thing, but when you get burnt is bitter and it's bad. It overpowers everything.
One of them where you have to like scrape off the excess with a knife on the outside.
Yeah, but you do that, then you're scraping off any kind of seasoning they might have on it, even if it's salt and pepper.
Well, I did that steak joint the other day.
Yeah.
Cooked it last night in the crock pot in gravy, seasoning, stuff like that. Loads of veg. Kids came in from school and they couldn't get enough. The missus was going in for first, seconds, thirds, and she was like, do you want any? I was like, well, yeah. She's like, well, there's a bowl left. I was like, you fucking bastards. They've all ate it all by the time I come to get some.
Jeez, that'll teach
Yeah,
you.
apparently, really nice.
Yeah.
It took
100
all those in and just malted into it.
for the steak and a beer, $130 was not worth it.
Yeah, no.
What?
You probably could have got a better steak or better flavored steak at a Sizzler.
You could have flew to the
I
UK
could've-
for
there's
that.
There's a fucking steakhouse right down the street from me, which I've had before, and it's really fucking good.
But
They're
people...
like, oh, you need to go to Peter Luger's. You need to
Yeah,
go to
Peter Luger.
It's
Go
really
try it.
good."
Yeah, you could
I
have
went
done
and
that.
tried it.
Mm-hmm.
I was not impressed.
Yeah,
Could have had a baked tater. You'd have been impressed with that.
it probably came with one.
No,
No?
no,
Yes.
the sides are extra. It's just the steak.
For $1.30 for a beer and a...
Piece
No,
of meat? Yeah.
they're fucking robbing, mate.
Well, for that price, you could have went and bought you the charcoal grill, the charcoal, the fucking steak,
Exactly.
sides, a case of beer.
Fucking hell. Where's that? New York?
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't help that I'm in New York, so everything's fucking expensive up here.
Right.
Yeah, well, I'm going there for an holiday. Fuck that.
Yeah, don't do that. Well, it's going to get worse if they elect the mayor that they have in line right now.
Mm.
I guess
Why
Kumo
not?
or something like that was running, but he's now been surpassed by a socialist mayor. And this guy has said that if he gets in, he's going to make government grocery stores.
So he's going to destroy the
Mm-hmm.
economy then,
Yeah.
basically. Right, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they've already did it. They did a lot of that with the whole COVID thing and COOF and whatnot, but they pushed a lot of businesses out. and it's killed their economy and it hasn't recovered because they want to tax corporations more and more. And if you give businesses tax breaks, they come in, that creates jobs, that stimulates the economy. And they're like, New York probably has what? There's a federal, state, and city tax in New York. It's not a sales tax, there's just a city tax as a company you have to pay.
Yep.
And that's just, no. So that's why a lot of people are moving like Nashville and Virginia, and they're all taking their companies elsewhere because, you know, they get the tax break and that allows them to do the thing. And the tax break's only like, okay, for 10 years you don't have to pay taxes. After 10 years they're established, it's a name, you're going to get the tax money. So you get to boost your economy for 10 years, and then after that, boom, all of a sudden you have an injection of tax money coming in. So
stay a while and listen.
But, you know.
They did it with exactly what you're on about is what they've done over here. They've lost loads of businesses. Even families are still now suffering, and like we've hit a deadline with COVID, and since then we've never got back on our feet. Profit's been bad, taxing this, doing that. It's fucked.
Yeah. Thank you for the sub there, Towboat. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's really bad.
Well, it's amazing. You sent me a what?
Private message of what the piece of shit steak looked like.
Oh, God. Don't want to post it in Food Prawn, huh? Not worthy?
Not even worthy. You're not worthy.
That's right. Fucking hell. That's amazing how economics are so simple, and yet these people in power don't understand basics.
Well, no, they're just desk jockeys. They don't see. If you put them into, this is what they did in the UK. They had a program where they took the MPs that were trying to run and change things and said, right, go and live in a council estate on the fucking things that you're giving out and prejudice and this, that, and the other, and you're creating this. And they're like, no, I'm not, no, I'm not. And they go, right, live it for a month.
Mm-hmm.
So they go into these houses, they're on the benefits that you get when you're not working and stuff, and they're trying to put food together, make healthy living costs, and get their life in order. And they've got a baby that they've got to feed, this, that, and the other, and it's like they can't live. And it's like, well, now what are you gonna do? Go back to office and change it?
No.
All right. Exactly. They don't bother. They just go, oh, that was dead easy. Look, I budgeted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
No, and that's the thing. It's kind of like politics in general. Congress, your MPs, our Senate and House and all that kind of stuff. They need to have term limits, so that way people don't get lazy and just make a career out of being a politician.
Yep.
And it also brings fresh blood in.
Every 2 years, you change jobs regardless and move to different units.
Right. But yeah,
so you get to see it, learn it, live it, move to another unit where you start all over again. So you never really make friends or enemies and cause people problems because you're always shifting. You haven't got time to.
Right. But you get the fresh blood. That's my big thing. Because, you know, like some of these senators and shit are 70 years old. They've been doing this for freaking 40 years. And times are different than when they got in there. So to them, everything's fine. But if you bring in people that have been living this, they finally get to an age where they can go in and serve their community and their country as a politician and be like, hey, I lived this. Your guys' laws and shit don't work. We need to adjust the cost of living. We need to raise this. We need to raise that. And that will allow for a smoother, I guess, run government because people know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah. They're not going to do that. The transitions that they're making are too big and too quick, and it's fucking up loads of shit.
Well, like every time they do a cost of living over here, everyone's prices go up. They need to make it where everything's prices stay the same, and the cost of living goes up.
Right. Typically, about the only way to do that would be to kill inflation. That's kind of hard to do. But, you know, stable economies, that brings it up. If you raise the minimum wage goes up, then everything else goes up to match.
And that's what they've done over here. So the minimum wage went from like £8 all the way up to £12.
Yeah.
Which is just fucked everything.
Right.
Now they're trying to keep an economy going that they can't afford to pay the economy, and it's just round robin it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it.
But then that's the other thing. Like, we saw inflation through the roof during the Biden administration, and they proved it. Like, cost of eggs and shit up like, was it 500 and some odd %, shit like that. People that are on fixed income, that are retired, disabled, or whatever, like, here's your cost of living upgrade. I'm like, cool, 3.4%. That's let's see, what is that for me? That's an extra $30 a month that I get.
Oh wow. That'll pay for your subscription on Netflix.
Yay. You know, it's like, yeah, but my eggs went from fucking $2 to $3 a dozen to $6 to $9 a dozen in certain places and whatnot. Like,
I took my son down to the shop today to get milk, and it was 2 milks for £3.98. They used to be £1 or 98p.
Yeah.
And they're now £3.98. That's double. Then the electric bills on the house, that's gone up double. It's like fucking everywhere you look now. It's mad. A pack of crisps. You used to send your kids, like my age when I was young, they used to send me into the shop with a £5 note. I'd buy all the shopping for the £5 and I'd have a couple of quid left over to get what I wanted.
Mm-hmm.
And my dad would be like, oh, keep the change and bring me back my stuff. Make sure you bring back the stuff. Don't just forget things and buy what you want, spend all the money.
Yeah.
But yeah, now you can't do that. You give them £5, Dad, I need another £5. Fair enough. What?
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Yep, a bag of chips is £5 by itself now.
It's nuts. Absolutely nuts.
And, you know, it's like, okay, well, what about the farmers? Why are they charging more? And it's like, it's cost and effect kind of thing, or not even a cost and effect, but just like a balance, checks and balances, things like that. And it's not even necessarily that. A lot of the stuff that you guys get is imported versus domestic.
Yeah.
And then
Domestically, a lot of the country was run for itself, so a lot of things were homegrown and home bought, and now the produce and stuff that's in the shops is not produced here, it's produced elsewhere and brought in.
yeah. So that's weird. I mean, we do it too. We do a lot of important bullshit, whatnot as well. And that's not okay. Not in my opinion. But then you have the government like, okay, well, on top of that, you need to have new farm equipment that's up to date because of diesel emissions and and then you have to pay extra taxes because of your diesel that's going into the air, and it's killing farmers to where they can't actually farm.
Which is really crap.
Mm-hmm. And if you watch that whole Clarkson's farm thing, you know, you can't shoot the badgers because they're protected, but the badgers infect the cows with fucking...
Yep.
I can't remember
Rabies.
what that was. No, it wasn't rabies. It was something else, like hepatitis something or other. And if your cows get that, then all cows are quarantined and killed and they can't be sold. So then your whole herd is done. And it's like, well, get rid of the fucking badgers. Well, no, they're protected. And yeah, it's so dumb. A lot of the regulations.
Turn the cameras off and get rid of the badgers, and oh, they've disappeared. They've all left.
Well, that's what Jeremy said too, and they're like, no. So.
Yep. A big fine.
But it's
You're
like,
doing that, you're fucked.
yeah, it's just crazy stuff like that. And then they're getting incentivized not to farm as farmers.
Yeah, the new one. Some of the rules and shit that they've brought out for the new farming stuff that they brought out is nuts.
Mm-hmm.
So farm unfarmed lands, and you'll get a bonus thing for it, and we'll pay through the government for you to do that. But you're not gaining anything out of it, whereas you were before. So like you can't put any animals on it because there's nothing there.
Right.
Unfarmed farmable crops, or so I can't. I'm not a farmer. I don't understand that side of it, but you know what I mean.
Beaver Anus Protection Act. That's right, Cap. But yeah, I mean, and they're incentivizing that. Like, hey, turn all your fields into wildflowers, and that way everything can thrive. But
A load of fuck.
yeah, no.
Why? Rejuvenate the soil. Fuck off. Load of bollocks. It's basically, oh, we've got we want everybody to run flowers. We'll pay them, so they choose to do that to gain the money, extra money, because they can't get money out of the shit because we're already bringing stuff into the country. Then when their fields are unfarmable, and the produce has gone down, this is my thought. Then we'll go, oh, the numbers aren't meeting numbers, so we're gonna have to drop this down, and we're gonna have to do it this way now because the figures aren't matching, and for the outgoing to the incoming, and then they'll forget the farmers on our lands, shut them down, and go elsewhere. That's what'll happen.
Well, I mean, you looked
Guaranteed.
at, was it last season on there, they were screwed because the subsidies weren't there to save them. Same thing will happen. You'll get subsidies for this, and then, oh, can't.
Yep. Nuts. Yeah, I'm not big into the farming stuff. The only stuff I know is from news reports and stuff, like when Jeremy was going around the UK on TV shouting out for tax on inheritance tax or whatever it was they were kicking off about last.
Wolverstein, cotton fields, poppy fields, that's where the money's at.
That's why we went over to Afghan. Caused a load of shit over there. Drugs and money. It's just nuts. All of it, in my opinion.
Well, yeah. I mean, you would think you would want to produce enough for yourself, as in a nation, to be self-sustained and then export the rest, you know?
Yep.
You don't want to be dependent on somebody else for your food supply because just like, you know, I guess medieval times, you go back to that period, the way that they would win battles is great. You have a castle. Eventually, you're going to run out of food.
Yep.
Stay cooped up in there, you know, and you're on an island, and it's like, well, eventually you're going to run out of food, you know.
Yep.
So that's one of those things that you would want, I would think, to be a priority, is to be self-sustainable on food. So
the only way all this is going to sort itself out is with a big war.
I mean,
because like we said, hard times create hard men.
Yeah.
No hard times anymore.
Right.
So we're getting all these boys that are sat on computers and no go, no get. Whereas before it was you'd go to work with your dad at 3 years old, 4 years old, and learn the job that he wants you to do when you get older. There was no choice in the matter. You did it.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's changed.
Milk of the poppies, how they were in them wars. I don't know about that. I mean, World War II, motherfuckers were running around on meth. I know that much. Can't fight a war if you're sleeping, so they put them on meth, and it's like, don't need sleep. Yeah, no, I mean, that's one of those things is, you need the right kind of people that in positions of power that do believe in bettering a country, your own country, because we're pretty much in an age where patriotism or nationalism is a bad thing. Like, you should be proud of the country that you're from, and there's nothing wrong with celebrating the country that you're from. You know, so if you were born in the UK, England, wherever, you're part of that tribe,
Yep.
You know, be proud of it. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But we've been taught in the previous 8 to 10 years that if you have that kind of pride, it is wrong.
Save your game.
It's almost like if you believe if you believe that your nation is great, that means you believe other nations are terrible.
No,
And
I don't
it's-
agree with that.
Exactly, and that's what they have taught you. It's kind of like, oh, you like Trump, then you hate Biden. Well, no.
Yep.
or oh, you like Trump, you hate, or you like Biden, you hate Trump. No, I support Trump because I like the policies he's proposing, which align more with me than this person. Or even sports teams. It's great. Like, we have 2 college sports teams here, the Beavers and the Ducks. If I say I hate the Ducks, they're like, oh, you're a Beavers fan? And I'm like, no, I'm an Arkansas Razorback fan. And it's like, they automatically go to the inverse is what you like. And no, it's not the case. I love my country, and I think other countries are great as well. But I don't know because I've never been to those countries, so the only one that I'm going to support is mine. Nothing wrong with that.
The biggest thing that I've found that's going wrong, because we had this conversation the other day, and I sat there thinking, and I'm like, what is going wrong with the kids of today? And the biggest thing, they're not having communication with people. They're not having conversations. They are opinionated on posts.
Yeah.
So every single time something comes up, a new video, they're giving their opinions on it.
Yes.
So everything becomes opinionated, not
Fact-based.
talked about. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you sit there and have a conversation about something, the kids are like, oh, Dad, I don't want to do this. I can't be asked.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if you sit there and show them a video or something, they go, oh, that's not very good. And they're straight involved in it straight away. And it's like, what?
Mm-hmm.
Are you mad?
Yeah, no, it's a culture shift for sure. And yes, Wolverstein, the Beavers are better. Everyone loves Beavers.
Yeah, Beaver's buttholes, like Kat was saying from yesterday. Cass was telling us that apparently vanilla, they found a new vanilla tasting ointment that comes out of a beaver's bum.
Yeah,
so they're using that as an extract.
Yeah, there's a gland. I've known about that for a couple of years, but yeah, there's a gland in a beaver's anal area that apparently produces a vanilla-like oil and scent or something.
I won't be trying it, but yeah, all for the beavers. Not the beavers. Not the beaver you're probably on about, but yeah.
So, but yeah, no, there's definitely a culture thing. Everything's changed, and you know, we talk about the good old days where we rode bikes and had to be home when the streetlights came on, and this, that, and the other thing, and all that's shifted now. And the culture is an online social media culture where kids are influenced by social media influencers. That's why they're called influencers, you know. And so that is the issue with the culture now, is they look at these role model influencers, and the influencers don't even believe what they're peddling. They're just making money at it, so they do it. And the kids, yeah, the kids are so impressionable that that's what they do. And then parents go along with it, because if they don't, they get dogpiled on. And so they support these terrible ideas to where, hey, my kid is trans. No, your kid is not. You're enabling a terrible behavior, and that makes you abusive. They're impressionable is what they are, not trans. You know, look at what they're watching and try to figure out why they think that that's what they think and go from there, you know.
I think that the kids of today, especially mine, like I can talk because I've got 14 and 15-year-old, they've got nothing about them. Like back at their age, I was running around doing paper rounds, I was earning money on the side doing little jobs and stuff, and I used to go out and pay for bad habits, drinking and whatever else I wanted to do.
Yeah.
And my mum and dad supported me working, but they didn't want to take away the fun and enjoyment of learning as well.
Yes.
So going out, misbehaving, probably doing things that I really shouldn't be doing, but I did that in my younger years. I made all the mistakes. Whereas now, parents are facing harder, like, do you give your kids a phone? When do you give your kids a phone? None of this it's all new. It's the same as back in our era when we had CDs that came out with advisory, parental this, parental that, Exhibit, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, Eminem, all of them were coming out when I was young. Then you had games coming out like GTA 1, the original, GTA London and all that, and you're going around robbing cars and killing people and shooting them in the face and on this game, and And then people are going, well, you can't give that to your kid. They're 7-year-old and they're running around doing this. You're just going to bring them up into a really biased age. And it was massive, all over the news. And should you let your kids play these games? And we did. And then we changed.
I think a lot of it came down to parents quit parenting.
Yep.
You know, it's like it's easier just to put the kid on a tablet watching his favorite TV show or YouTube or whatever, you know, and they grow up being these electronic babies.
Lazy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Instead of parents like taking the time to read them stories, interact, go play with them, teach them, you know, life, you know, skills basically. Because even at
Let
that
them
age,
fall
you
over.
could-
Let them hurt themselves. That's what plasters are for.
Yeah. You know,
If you try and avoid them from getting infections or being around people who've got colds and stuff like that, bubble wrapping them, they're never going to gain an immune system. They're going to suffer even more. And
let them eat dirt, go play in the mud, like all that kind of
Yeah.
stuff.
worm, mud pies, all that good stuff. Building
Mhm.
dens, cowboy and Indians, all that shit.
Right. But yeah, no, parents just quit being parents. And I don't always blame the parents when it comes to that because they have pretty much destroyed it to where you can't make it on a single parent income, you know? It takes both parents to do that. Well, if they're working, they can't be interacting with children's.
Dangerous. I don't know. I don't know how they're going to fix it. If I'm honest, it's got to that stage where like schools are bringing in preventive measures because the parents aren't. It's like, what do you do?
What's Cap say? Kids emulate what they see. That's how my little bro got me busted for smoking. He was smoking little cylinder-shaped block toys. Yeah. Yeah, kids do that. I think a lot of it just comes down to government control. The government wants to raise your kids. The government wants to, you know, imply early on who the authoritative figure is. I mean, even when we were in school, how many times have the teachers said, hey, if your parents have this laying around, let us know, and they show a bong or some other thing, you know. They were teaching us young to pretty much go to positions of authority, teachers, government, and rat on our neighbors, on our parents, on our family, and that the government is the one that you trust and depend on. They're the ones that are going to give you your food benefits. They're the ones that are going to give you your money. So as long as you bow down to them, everything's fine. Nobody else matters. And I think that's the same thing with schools, is if the parents can't do it, then it's up to the teachers to raise the kids in a way, and then the kids are being taught a specific curriculum as approved by the government, any government, and then all of a sudden you have these ideologies that are being pushed and put out there, you know, so.
It does my head.
Yeah.
It's one of them things where you just sit there going, why are we doing this? Why are we accepting it as what it is? And nobody's pulling together and confronting it as a big situation. It's just, well, you live to work now. You don't work to live.
No.
The kids of today are going to be living to work rather than the other way around.
Yeah. You know, and a lot of it comes down governments importing people instead of taking its own people and taking care of the own people. I mean, the U.S., it's huge with people crossing the southern border. They're like, if we let them in and we give them citizenship, then that means while they're young, they can take care of our old with Social Security. Because when Social Security was set up, it wasn't really thought of or implemented correctly. So it's kind of like our pensions in a way. So you get that, and it's supposed to be paid by, you pay into it so when you get older, you can draw from it. Well, we had the baby boom after World War II, so there wasn't enough money in it to cover the boomers that are now retiring, so they're taking large chunks of the money out, and there's not enough coming in. So the government has started, I guess, herding in immigrants, whether legal or illegal, to tax them to pay for this program. But the problem with that is it's a snowball effect, right? So all these people have been paying into it to pay for the people now. Well, when they get to age, their money's already been spent on the previous generation.
Yeah.
So now who's going to cover them? Well, you bring in more. Well, if you keep bringing in more, eventually it's just, somebody's going to have to bite the bullet and get nothing. It's going to fail. So they should be looking at a way to fix the problem instead of just more people. Or instead of, I guess, bringing in more people, incentivize the nuclear family. Get married, stay married, have children. If you have children, get tax breaks because you are essentially creating wealth for the future of the of your country, the economy. So that would be something to do. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people would love to have a family and get married and get, don't have to pay taxes if you have 4 kids. Or you have reduced taxes, so, tax rates are reduced by 25% for each kid to 100% after 4, So then that creates a future labor force, military, all that kind of stuff. Because right now, there's no incentive to have children. In fact, they try to tell you not to have children because...
How come I'm doing it?
overcrowding, right? It's funny.
Overcrowding over here is a big thing, mate.
Right.
So they say that you can keep kids, different sexes, up until the age of 12, which in my eyes is fucking out of order.
Mm-hmm.
But they're saying, like, do you know what I mean? Like, when the girl starts the period, then that's changed. Well, no, don't agree with it.
Right.
So when we were living in that 1-bed flat and stuff, obviously it's quite hard because you've got 2 kids, 2 separate sexes, and trying to put them in the same. Overcrowding's real over here, big time.
And I don't doubt that. But it's funny how your government has found plenty of room for refugees and immigrants, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it winds me up.
It's kind of like the whole global warming thing, right? Global warming, climate chaos, the seas are rising, yet every one of those politicians have fucking oceanfront property.
Yep. If I go around this whole country and say, right, how many squaddies are sat in a camp right now playing on Xbox or PlayStation in the evening, sitting there twiddling their thumbs and doing stupid bullshit stuff like just doing fitness and eating and running around and cleaning weapons and just normal day-to-day camp life, they could be protecting borders. It would not be hard and stopping all this shit.
Right.
They've got loads of kit and gear from previous tasks that have been put into a warehouse ready for the next time. Pull it out, use it. That's what it's there for.
Well, I mean, you could do a path to citizenship, even in the United States, right? You want to? Okay, you do the application. We do the background check. We're going to check you out, totally vet you. If you pass all that, you serve in the military 4 years. You serve the country that you want to be a part of. So that way this is your country. You'll have suffered for your country. You'll appreciate your country and not wave the previous country's flag that you fled from.
Or Australia, where they just put a load of tents on a man-made island and say, right, you want to live here, stop there, go through the proper process, and this is how you do it.
Right.
If you don't, there's boats that are going to take you off the island and take you back where you came from. It's up to you.
It ensures, it ensures that you have a military force, because you're going to have people that are like, yeah, I would fight for that new life and, willing to give that up. Great. You get out, you're going to have the military benefits just like every other person that does military stuff, whether it's a house loan or schooling or whatever you do, like our GI Bill thing, Great. And then that way they have an appreciation for the country and they actually, what is that word? Integrate? Assimilate. That's it. Assimilate into the culture instead of trying to change the culture here to what it was that they left. Because if they want that culture, don't come here. Remember your roots. Be proud of where you came from. That's great. But just, why are you forcing the place that you fled to or left to for a new life to be the thing you left behind?
Yep.
So.
Makes sense.
But I mean, that's the thing is, I'm not anti-immigration. I think it's a great thing. You know, people should have that opportunity. However, you can't take care of everybody else or save everybody else if you can't save yourself first.
This is the thing with like PTSD as well. So if you can't help yourself, don't help others, because you'll pull yourself into that same mechanic of everybody else going through it. The same with the country. If we're not able to support our own and give like the elderly enough warmth to keep them okay in the evenings, or enough cool to look after themselves, because there's a lot of deaths from that in the UK. Lonely old grandpops who's sat in a house and can't warm the house or anything, and then bang. People coming in taking jobs. Everyone says it's not a massive thing. It is. It really is. And then you've got the other side of it is, if they're coming in and gaining on welfare, who's got to foot the welfare bill? It's the taxpayer.
Mm-hmm.
Every time.
Yeah.
And at some point, there's a breaking point.
Yeah. I mean, and then, you know, I'm not saying isolationism, I guess, is the term that was FDR back in pre-World War II, is he pretty much turned the United States into isolationists, where it was fuck the rest of the world until Pearl Harbor happened. But, no, I think that you should take care of yourself. Just like if you've ever been on an airplane flight, right? The flight attendant says, secure your own oxygen mask before helping anyone else.
Yeah.
It's
look
just,
at Poland.
Mm-hmm.
You look at their laws, their prime minister, or however you would call it, their leader.
Yeah.
Turn around and said nobody's coming into this country.
Yeah.
Well, that's unfair. You can't do it. No. The people have voted. They don't want it to happen. And that's why we're here, to look after the people of Poland, not the people outside of Poland that want to change rules. And it was only recently we had threats saying that they're going to bring all these people over, terrorism this, terrorism that. We don't want that in here. So
No.
If you want that, you take them on.
Yeah.
We don't. Thanks for coming.
It's their country.
Yeah.
You know, they're not breaking any rules. It's not like, you know, they're doing some weird shit like Syria did, but, you know, and then even then, my biggest gripe is, why is America the world police? You know, we kind of get treated that way. If there's an issue, NATO, anything like that, they're like, yep, America, you need to take care of this. And so then we go in and put our lives, our military family members on the line.
Yeah, but you put yourself in that way. If you go to a school and you've got a load of geeks and you've got that one guy who will stop the bullying, in a sense, who are people going to go to?
Right, I get that.
So you with your army, it's either you or China, because of the size of armies and all that stuff. So you put yourself in that position.
Right, and I think Trump's biggest thing is, okay, if we're doing this, how come we're paying into this more than everybody else as well? Like, shouldn't the rest of the world be paying at least equal, if not more? Because we're supplying soldiers. Yes, you're there to back us up, but you're not supplying the same, you know, personnel. You know, so
I think there's a lot of miscommunication in media with that. You'd be very, very surprised. Everywhere you lot have been, we've been.
Yeah.
We've done exactly the same amount, if not more.
So you put the same amount of troops into, like...
No.
That's what I'm saying.
We don't need as many troops. This is the point I was trying to make, and Billy Bob accepted it as well, because he's worked alongside it. But so let's take your SEAL team and our SAS.
Mm-hmm.
So your SEAL teams are trained to do a job, not multiple role jobs, a job. That's why you have different SEAL teams, like Alpha, Delta, Bravo, all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
With the SAS is an all-rounder. So 1 week he could go onto a boat that's been taken over by pirates, and they take it back. The next week they could be in Tora Bora, running through a muck and wearing dish dash and all that stuff, and acting as locals and speaking local dialect. And then the next week they're kicking in doors in Iran. That's the SAS. So with us, we go through the the same sort of radical training. Like our normal guys go through 360 kill houses. I don't know if your normal military men do all that. I think you do CQB training, but you don't do live range 360 house and stuff like that. So the training that we get is a lot heavier than the training that the normal standard American US Marine will get.
Yes, that may be true, but you also have to look at the aspect that because your army is smaller, you guys have to be more versatile in multiple things.
This is what I'm saying. So
versus the US, who can have multiple divisions and multiple areas that they're specialized in that one particular thing, which gives them that edge in that one particular area.
So the thing I'm going to point out is we got given different areas that we had to take in Afghan. So you imagine saying there's 4 boxes. So one's for the UK, 2's for America, because of size difference, and one's for French/Allied Army, whatever else. We took the same amount of ground with half the force of what you guys did.
So I think my biggest point is I'm not worried about the training or anything like that, but what makes one of your lives more important than one of our lives? A life is a life, correct?
Doesn't really cool.
So then why is it that you guys are sending in less lives than us? That's the only point I'm making. Is a life is a life, and we're putting more lives in there than what you guys are.
Look, I think we need to look at stats for stuff like that, because you'd have to go off how many troops were sent into Afghan, because that's the last war to me. How many troops were sent into Afghan? How many troops were sent in from US, UK? And I'm talking Marines versus infantry. Yeah, just infantry, not all the rest of it. And then see how many infantry deaths there were on each side.
I mean, I'm just saying that, yeah. I mean,
American
lost a lot.
If I'm trained to do all 5 jobs, and you've got somebody who's trained to do 1 job, if that other person dies, so you've got 1 person who can do all 5, and you've got 1 person that can do 1. In the 5 people against the 1 person, this is complicated, but yeah. So you've got 5 Americans, 1 UK guy. The 1 UK guy can do all the jobs, whether it be radio, whether it be calling in CAS, whether it be calling in support on either ends, moving forward, pushing enemy, whatever. You can do it all. CQB, Fibia, FIBAF, all that shit. Then you've got the Americans, the 5 guys that have got 1 role each. So one's radio, one's medic, one's an assaulter, the other one's a support role. If one of those die, you've just lost that. And then the other guys have to fill in, but they're not fully trained on it. There's more chance of that not working than there is that 1 guy being trained for all the roles. And that's the point I was trying to make, is we all, as a unit, a lot of people put us down, oh, numbers this, rations that, and it doesn't work like that. I can promise you, it really doesn't work like that.
So like I said, the only point is just the life for life. So let's say, okay, it's not even UK going in. We're going in and they send people from Australia. Has Australia got the same amount of training as you? Does, if we're going to defend, I don't know, Nicaragua, do they have the same training in their military as the US? You know, so that's what I'm saying.
America versus Australia. Australia's used to hot climates in their training. The main training also, any hot climate, war zones or stuff. They're very good with the admin side of it, but if you take a farmer from a country, so take, I don't know, some random civvy farmer, and you put him up against a SEAL versus an enemy, I don't know, someone from Iran, that farmer's going to die quicker than quick. The SEAL is going to be able to undercut, deal with, move forward, and adapt and deal with the situation and overrun the enemy. So you can't, saying a life for a life fair enough. But
That's what I'm saying,
Do you
though,
know what I
is,
mean?
okay, so NATO, something happens,
Yep.
right? We go in there. America's the world police. They go in. You guys send people to help. Australia
made
sends
you the
people to
world
help.
police?
That's what I'm saying, though. That's pretty much what
You're
it
saying
is.
that.
Yeah, but okay. Typically how it is. If you look at something happening, they're like, okay, America, you need to go take care of this. You know, whether it was like South Korea versus North Korea and all that kind of shit, or if there's a conflict or something like that, Kosovo, Syria, that kind of shit.
Yep.
It's like, hey, you guys need to go take care of this. And it's like, why? Well, you guys have the biggest military. We're part of NATO, and you need to, you know, take care of this, that kind of thing. And that's what I mean by world police, is that NATO or United Nations or whoever decides, okay, America needs to send troops in. Now, America's not the only ones, because like, you know, Iraq and Afghanistan and all that, you had everybody there. I mean, Australia sent people in, you were in there, you had, you know, people from all over the world all contributed to that. Canada, all that. They don't have the same level of training that you do. They don't have the same level of training that the U.S. does in some cases, some of these countries that sent their troops.
Yep.
So the only point I'm making is, if they don't have the same level or better of training, how come they're barely paying in to protect or to get protection from the U.S., where the U.S. has to go give up their military lives to kind of protect other
Okay.
people? That's it.
You own a 1-bedroom house, yeah?
Mhm,
You're living in that house. Are you going to be expected to pay the same rates as a 5-bedroomed house?
So,
No. You see where I'm going with this now? So, if you're living in a 1-bedroom house and you're expected to pay the same rates as a 5-bedroom house, you're not going to do it.
what I'm saying is, if I have a 1-bedroom house that needs a security system, I'm going to pay the same for my security system as the 5-bedroom house is going to pay for their security system. That would make more sense.
You're going to need less security for that 1-bedroom house than you are for the 5.
Doesn't matter. If I have a flat
There's a
rate that
size
everybody's,
difference.
if I'm paying the same thing for protection, you know, it doesn't
The
matter.
UK is the size of what? The size of Kentucky?
I think
Probably
it's
smaller.
UK can fit in Oregon. I know that much.
Oregon.
Yeah,
And
my
that's,
state.
that's the one fucking tiny state.
Right.
And you're comparing a military that we can keep up and compare stats for stats of a size of Oregon. And you've got a military that's the size of the US, which I think, I don't know, my belief system and stuff like that with this is quite strong. So
Now, I will say, Rasher, on the flip side, you're looking at life for life. But have you looked at percentage? Our percentage of Army versus their percentage of Army?
yeah, there's more than one day to start than what you're going off.
Right. But I'm saying,
Training, ability. So
No,
if you put 5 of our lads in,
no,
and
not
5 of their lads
looking
in.
not looking at training or stats or anything. Just the percentage of per people.
Yeah, you overweigh as
Go-
massive.
But I'm saying, go life for life. Okay. Now, we send 12% of our army versus their 12% because their army's smaller. Their 12% is obviously going to be less.
right, they're per capita. I get it.
Could that be a factor on why they have less?
Yes.
I mean, I think more
Massively.
than anything, like I said, it's just everybody paying their fair share is the biggest thing. You know, paying into the protection and all that kind of stuff. Why are we paying more and getting less is the only point that I'm making. Like, we put more troops out there. Sure, it's per capita, but, you know, okay, you look at national disasters as well, right? There's a huge earthquake, we send relief. There's a volcanic eruption, we send relief.
Yep.
America gets hit
We
with a
send relief.
hurricane and we get nothing, you know,
We send out relief.
because we haven't seen anything like that. Hell, our government didn't even send out relief for fucking North Carolina during that big hit with the thing.
What's
And-
the name of it?
What, last year's hurricane with all the flooding, fucking people's houses and everything.
They sent out
Yeah, we did.
20 generators.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, 20
We sent
generators.
out loads of shit over there because it was on TV. It was national news over here. And because
So-
we're under NATO, the military support on that, you'll get a lot of NATO help as well. It's governed. It's in contracts. I think there's a lot that gets hidden behind civilian and news. There's a lot that's not seen that goes on. So if we take Kosovo, for instance, like you said earlier on, I did Kosovo, I was out there, worked alongside Americans. We all came out there in a one. There was a plane that landed of Americans, there was a plane that landed of the UK. We were told that we're going to have 1,500,000 people running down this road, and there was a group of us. And we had to hold this road and keep it taut, and nothing was coming through. Everyone was shitting themselves. It's like, we've only just been trained riot training, and here we are doing the real fucking thing. And we had to hold down that road. Luckily, nothing happened, nothing came down. And I think you guys went through the same. That same American pack, we did the riot training because it all kicked off and we was all ready for, like, fully wrapped up and ready to go. They put us versus. We all each went up against each other on riot training. We won. We went up against the French were over there. We went up against them. We won. And that's the UK. Great. Determination and all that. That's what it boils down to. Are we still there? You there, Tom?
Okay. Pressure got pulled away.
Yeah, I think you did, yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm dealing with IRL stuff, so no momento.
Yeah, Kosovo was a cheeky one. Right, training for 3 months straight. We went up against the Northern Irish police and put a couple of them in hospital because we'd play the rioters for the first part, for the aftermath, and then we'd play the keep everything engaged using vehicles and backstops and man-away drills, everything else, pulling people out of situations, looking for long-distance threats, short-distance threats, the people that were absolutely creating the incidents and giving people more morale, taking them out of the situation, stuff like that. Loads involved in it. Did all that for 3 months and then got a phone call saying 2 hours notice move. You're going to Kosovo, there's a political debate going over there, it's going to kick off, we're expecting shitloads of civvies causing riots. Right, okay, landed in there. The first night we arrived, we got into tents that was undulating ground because the Americans put us in a shit spot. We ended up getting washed out of our tents. I've got video and footage of that. The rain was fucking lagging it down. And basically we all had a kit on pallets. It's on YouTube as well, you can look it up. Kosovo 2008, I think it was. Yeah, it was 2007, 2008. And there's guys putting kit on pallets, being washed out of fucking tent. Serious shit. Because if your kit's fucked, then you're going to be in a mess. The next morning, woke up, jumped in vehicles with all riot training gear on, your pads, your arms, your helmets, all that shit. Arrived on this road to be told that there's thousands of people coming down this road to the other end of this road as we speak. You're going to be like the last fucking block before the vehicles, and it's down to you lot to stop them. And it's like, fuck, here we go. So you sat there fucking smacking yourself in the head with a baton and let's fucking go. Shields, all that shit. And then nothing. So it was like a big fucking adrenaline jump and then back into vehicles. And then we was out on the piss. As always, everywhere we go. And that's where we went over to the American side and got the swordfish, the sword steak I had. Fucking lovely. Yeah, 2008. I think I'll have a look actually. Intrigue myself. I know there's videos on YouTube because the lads put them on. Funny as fuck. 2008, Kosovo. Oh. Yeah, 21st of Feb 2008 it was. I know it was fucking 2008.
Okay, I'm back.
Feb 2008, Kosovo, K4, rain. Mitrovic,
You what?
you know, this brings back memories.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking up the K4 thing when we was over there, 2008. So went to Iraq in 2006, overlap in 2007. We amalgamated from green jackets to the rifles 2007 in February, and a year later from there we were out in Kosovo, basically setting up a roadblock for thousands of people coming down this road, causing riots and going absolutely mad. Kosovo was declaring independence and all that shit, and it was going to kick off, and Serbs and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
There was loads going off, loads all at once. But we went over there, prepped with riot gear, stood at the end of a road, being told that there's thousands of people at the end of this road coming down, fireballs, flames, this, that and the other. And it was down to us, we were like the last line of defence before they hit the vehicles, and then it was all hands on deck to stop them from coming through.
Yeah.
I was there, we got told they never came down that road.
Mm-hmm.
And then what happened after that was we went into, we went out drinking, met with a load of US and stuff. I'm guessing commanders must have been talking, and then they did show the civilians the riot training skills that we had over there and the other military that was over there. And we did a riot versus US versus UK.
Yeah.
And the US pushed you back quite quickly because of the different drills that we used. Man-away drills, so if somebody grabs somebody out of a bunch, we'll push forward and run forward and take you all out, grab our man back, and whoever took him, they're getting arrested straight away, zip-tied, put to the back, and then vehicles will pick them up, pull them in, all the while they're throwing sticks, stones, and whatever else is on there. They had bricks and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good fun. Kosovo was a lot. We did some Black Hawk training out there as well, with the French, rappelling and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because it became a massive thing when we went out there. It was going to kick off, and it never did. It never went the way people thought it would. There was clashes, obviously, in the north, but that was it. June 2008 as well. Yeah, it's the old Mitrovica over there. Remember all that? Hot as well. In Humby. He's still in there.
Cam! Welcome back, Chameleon. You left on one stream, came back to another.
There you go, if you ever want to watch it, it's in the chat. That's my unit and what we used to do.
Okie doke.
That's
Ladies of the house wanted me for some time. We're good.
I'll bring it back. Yes. Yeah, I'm not one to normally back down with the military side of stuff. Very not. It's a very proud, and we have a lot of banter between unit, internal, external, other military units that we meet and stuff like that, where we take the piss out of what they can do, but it's what you actually do fact-wise that counts. So when we go into situations, everyone's trying to be alley and look good and make sure that no fuck-ups are made and things aren't done properly.
Mm-hmm.
you want everything coming out squeaky clean, and the way you went in is the way you come out. That's it, done.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I've worked alongside a lot of America. I have a lot of respect for the US Army. A lot of respect. But money and stuff is down to a government policy and what they make and contracts and shit that they agree to. That's not me. That's not my choice. I
Right.
just get told, go into this country, defeat this objective, or do this tasking and pull out in 6 months, 7 months time, and that's it, you're done.
Yeah. Nothing I said had anything to do with that. The one thing I brought up was the fact
I'm not pointing facts out.
NATO UN bullshit, and even if we went by a per capita whatever, money-wise, like, okay, so if we all send the same amount of troops, great. If we're all paying the same amount, great, but we're not. That's the whole point I'm trying to make, is even if we did a percentage-wise, it's like, okay, cool. We all send the same percentage of military. That would be great, but we don't. And then same with paying into it. Like, okay, so if we're paying into this equally, or percentage-wise, why are we still paying a higher percentage than everybody else? You know, if you take everybody that's in it, they should all be paying equally. So if it's 5 people, then everybody's paying 20%, right?
It's not 5 though, it's 27 allied and partnered countries.
Right. So if that's the case, then everybody should be paying the same. That's the whole point I was making.
I don't know. It depends. That's like saying, to me, that's like saying going into the shop and somebody gets a 24-pack of beer, somebody gets a 10-pack of beer, and the other person gets a 4-pack, and everybody has to pay the same, regardless. You have more stability in your country, more people to put that money in. You've got more people working and creating an income, and we're expected all to put in the same, even though we're not putting the same amount of troops in, we're not putting the same amount of help in and stuff. And the K4 is to stop other countries from doing stupid shit. That's the whole point of the K4 role.
Mm-hmm.
It's a joint group to go out and joint mission, basically, between different countries.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I said, it just comes down to the whole, if there's a service, everybody pays for the same service and gets the same service. You know, nobody's getting any special treatment.
So if we take it as a state, then everybody has a state. So Europe is a state, North America is a state, and stuff like that. And each part of your country is classed as a state. If we did it by states, so what would it be? 32 members?
What, with each country?
No, if you classed them all as states. So if you took all of your states and then all of our states and put them combined, then if we did that by money ratio.
I mean, we have 50 states.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how many of those are fighting ready and joined together?
Every single one of them has a national army or a National Guard army. Each one of them has their own bases.
Because Canada will come under something else, though, won't they?
Canada's not even like
Yeah, exactly.
our states.
That's what I mean,
Canada's its own country, yeah. So, and I think they have like 4 or 5 provinces. So, and I don't know anything about that.
But if you were to do it by states, so you're keeping it even.
Mm-hmm.
So each state's put a percentage of the figures in, and then the UK, you've got London.
Mm-hmm.
As the UK, that's the main state for everything.
Yeah.
Northern Ireland, if you want to count that, but it's tiny. Isle of Wight, Isle of Man, Scotland, if you really wanted to go special, and Wales. So if you did it by state, it's even, it's equal.
It's equal.
Because we're providing defense for you around your whole island, and you're providing. You wouldn't need much to come and protect our island, but yeah. Do you know what I mean?
Cap's talking about, as a company or a business, if we are the majority stakeholder, then we get to call the shots. Or at least
you
should
don't have
be.
a stake in the UK military. That's why it's called a treaty organization.
So what we're talking about is UN. We're talking about the United Nations. We're talking about NATO. If we're paying the most and we're putting the most in, then we should be able to say what the fuck goes, right?
But you're treating it like a business, and it's really not. It's a North Atlantic Treaty Organization. So it protects everything between those on the 32 members of the states of Europe and North America. That's what that is. It's not a company. It's not something that's just been pulled out there and so we're going to create this. It's a treaty to stop any bullshit from any other countries that happens.
Right.
So say like Kosovo that you brought up earlier on, there could have been a lot of shit gone down with that country, caused a lot of troubles in the future. So we went over there to calm the situation down. As per part of the NATO. It's a collective defense. It's not a single person. It's not something that just. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know if you. It's hard to explain. I don't know if you guys are seeing it from a civvy view. I'm seeing it from a military view, or.
I'm just looking at it.
Everybody has something to add.
I'm looking at it as an economic business view.
Yeah, it's not like that.
Because that's just how it would
everybody
be.
shook hands and said, right, you've got nukes. You've got more nukes than us.
Yeah. But
we haven't got that many nukes.
Okay, so let's
you've
say
got more ability to destroy us. So if you went against that treaty, then you'd be the one considered that you're going to attack. And if you attack us, you attack all. That's what that's for. That treaty is. You attack one, you attack everyone.
So that's United Nations and NATO, different armies that they have, things like that. Because, UN has their fucking blue helmets and shit, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. So if that's the case, and everybody's supplying military for that, and it needs funding for their military, right? For those members, that bill should be split equally amongst everybody, because everybody's going to have access to that military, yes?
US come in and they say, right, we need 200,000 vehicles to support our troops. UK come in and say we need 50. Is that considered fair? When you're saying that everyone needs to put in the same, but you're not getting the equal amount?
So if
That's
Russia,
why we did Brexit.
So if Russia went and attacked your ass, and the UN stepped in, you would have 100% supply of the United Nations Army going to you to defend you. So should you have to pay 100% at that point?
Would you if you went in the shit?
Right. So what I'm saying, though,
that's why it's a treaty.
everybody has access to the same amount of bullshit, and we should pay the same amount. So if there's 100 fucking countries in this United Nations bullshit, then everybody pays 1% of the cost of the entire military that's going to rescue their ass when it comes time. Yes?
Yeah. And that's why it's a mutual defense system.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying, is if everybody's paying 1% and you have access to 100% when the time is needed, cool.
You know why NATO was created?
Yeah.
It was to stop the threat of Soviet Union taking over the world.
Yeah, Cold War bullshit.
That's the whole reason for it.
Yeah.
There was nothing else. It was set up as that. A load of countries signed a bill back in the day to say, right, we don't want this happening. So Russia, China have the ability to create the same thing. They've all got nukes. They've all got the ability to push the button. And this treaty for NATO is to basically say, you've got every single country in the world aiming targets at you. The chance of UK falling out of US is fucking slim to none.
Mm-hmm.
We might disagree with certain things that you guys do and not be on board, but that's why treaties are made and we keep each other happy.
Right. And so that's why I was
a formidable relationship.
Right, that's why I was talking about the UN. I shifted focus over to that over the NATO thing because the United Nations. So.
But that's just to support the fact that Soviet Union was going to take over the world, and we didn't like that. So then we created multiple countries, the 32 members, brought them all in and said, right, here we go, we're doing this.
Mm-hmm.
The money side of it, it's just a big pot that everybody takes out of. So it's not really a big deal because it's those countries aren't going up against. The only one who came close to it was it Turkey, if I remember rightly.
Mm-hmm.
Turkey was the one that was on about siding with somebody, or Egypt or something like that. They were on about siding with it because they wanted NATO. Then we tried getting Ukraine on board. They weren't part of the NATO inside the treaty originally, and then Russia was kicking off and well, we'll get China in, this, that and the other. And that's where the world talk about fucking, World War III might happen soon because of Ukraine. It's not, it's treaty talks, NATO.
Mm-hmm.
Same with the missile programs. Certain countries aren't allowed them. Certain countries are. Iran was one of them that said, you're not allowed them. And then they started threatening once they made them that we're going to do this. So that's why your president came in and bombed them. It wasn't him policing the world. It was, well, we're going to strike and I'm doing it first. Are you going to back me up if I take this on? Because that's what he'd have done. Gone to all the countries, rang up and said, right, I'm doing this. Are you happy? Yeah, do it. Fuck them. Go. Cool. That's what the red signs for. So every single NATO country agreed to emitting them. That wasn't a him thing, that was everybody. The UK would have agreed, all the other countries would have agreed, and that's what NATO's for. Democracy level alliance.
Exactly, Cam. That's what I'm saying. It's just a baseline minimum flat payment that everybody has to do as a part of the United Nations to ensure that everybody gets the same protection, you know? Turn the shit back on. Let's go. Lost track of where I was.
Is your military suffering?
No.
Are you suffering for money or?
No, we pay a shit ton for military funding right now. Like, I think we're #1 in the world for military funding.
Bucket, everyone fucking bucket right now!
Bucket right now, Cap.
I think China was. China's biggest at everything at the minute, and they've got the most advanced equipment, as far as I've read.
I mean, I'm not saying size, I'm just saying the amount of money spent on the military. Let's look up number.
I don't know. I'm not speaking facts.
Military budget in the world. The largest military budget in the world is United States. About $1 trillion is what we spend on our military. China spends 1/3 of what we do. Russia spends like 1/10 of what we do. So we spend more on our military than anybody else in the entire world, and it's probably the top 10 combined to equal what we spend on ours. But yeah, when it comes to like military size, I think China might have that. So
there you go. NATO does not require all member countries to contribute equally to its budget. Instead, member states contribute based on their gross domestic product, or GDP, with a guideline of spending 2% of their GDP on defense. This approach reflects the understanding that countries have varying economics capabilities and that a fixed contribution might not be feasible or equitable. That's why they do it. A 2% guideline, a key guideline for its members, to spend at least 2% of their GDP on their own national defense, which indirectly contributes to NATO's overall capability. 2%, nothing. Varied spending patterns. While the 2% guideline is a target, some countries have historically struggled to meet it, leading to discussions about fairness and burden sharing with the alliance. Crimea. What was this one? This approach has evolved over time, with the 2% guideline becoming more prominent following events like Russia and annexation of Crimea and the subsequent need to strengthen NATO's defence. So in other words, the NATO defence has asked for more money in a whole, because it's using a bigger budget to supply Ukraine with weapons and indirect like missiles and shit like that. So it's put pressure on the 2% guideline, and now they're trying to raise that guideline. But there's certain countries that are saying, hang on, we signed this 2% guideline, we don't want to pay any more than 2%, that's it. If we can't give any more, then we don't give it. We've got a budget as well. That's basically what's happening. So it's under a GDPR. So that's Trump pushing countries to give them more so that Ukraine will beat Russia and put Russia in a bad position.
Well, he was on the UN and the fair share of everybody before the Ukraine thing kicked off, because that didn't start until Biden took over and then kicked off. What do I get for a liver? I mean, 2 haggises.
Did you say haggises?
Yes.
How much does it take to cost run NATO? NATO has annual budgets and programs worth around euro 4.6 billion, which inter-alliance support its permanent military command structure, enabled its current operations and missions, and provide essential military infrastructure, including air, naval basing facilities, satellite communication, fuel pipes, and command and control systems. This represents 0.3% of total Allied defence spending. So your naval, your facilities, your satellite communication, your pipelines, and your command and control systems is 0.3 of that spending. So this is the other side of it. How much are you using all the time? So when you go into that, it gets very delicate, because there's a lot going on. It's not just one thing, if you know what I mean. You don't like me now, do you, Rash?
I'm talking about the UN, and you're back on NATO.
I like NATO.
Well, I get that. I'm just saying the UN thing has more countries that are involved in it, and that was Trump's big push, was the UN thing. Because the United States contributes 26, almost 27% of the budget to the UN, while China kicks in 18%, Japan 8%, Germany 6%, the UK 5%, France 5%, Italy 3%, Canada 2%, the Republic of Korea 2%, and Russia 2%.
Yeah, but the UN is a different side of it. So NATO is one side of it, which is keeping countries protected from each other. And then the UN is basically set up for stopping humanitarian issues, where they're going to wipe out like world devastating effect, like World War III.
Yeah,
that's what UN is for.
Yes.
So if you don't put funds into that, you ain't going to have it. And yet again, I'm guessing it's going to be the same thing, where it's a percentage from all countries that get put in, and it's a peace treaty.
So that's what I'm looking at, is why are we paying more for that when, you know?
Because you've got a bigger army. Same as if China was involved in it, they'd pay more as well. You're spending for military to keep the protector. You hold the most nuclear bombs. You have more ability to cause mass and effect with the weapons that you have than other countries. So why aren't you paying more? If you set all your nukes off, that's the world done.
Yeah.
Why should you hold that responsibility? Why should you be the only one with that responsibility?
So you're fine with the way that things are. Everybody pays the way it is, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm not fine with it at all. I'm not fine with nukes. Nukes should be just banned, full stop. Nobody should hold them. Nobody should have them, because all they are is I've got a bigger dick than you. That's all it is. That's what it is. And the amount of threats of world wars and reason why world wars have started is because of who had the biggest bombs. Why did World War II stop?
It wasn't bombs, I can tell you that. I know how it started.
Because of these UN treaties. the UN was formed after World War II.
Yes.
To maintain international peace.
NATO
was formed after World War II to create peace treaties between countries.
Right. So what I'm saying is it was created then, and you need to update stuff because it's that old. Because it says that the minimum contribution of each country in NATO is only 0.0001% of the budget. That's all they need to put in for the budget. So if the U.S. decided that's all we're going to put in, then what? Yeah, there's a minimum and a max, and the max is 22, and then you could pay more if you want to on top of it.
No. Country pays less than 0.001% of the total, and that least developed countries, LDCs, don't pay more than a certain percentage.
Mm-hmm.
The percentage, so Canada's the worst at 2.9, Russia Federation 3.08, Italy 3.7, Brazil 3.8, UK 4.4, France 4.8, Germany 6.3, China 7.9, Japan 9.6, and America 22.
Yeah.
Because of how much shit you've got. So
that's what I'm trying to find.
States pays the largest share of the United Nations or UN budget, primarily due to its economic strength and its status as a permanent member of the UN Security Council, which carries additional responsibilities. The UN assessment system, based on factors like gross national income and populations, assigned higher contributions to the wealthier nation.
Mm-hmm.
The US, so economic strength, the US has a very large gross national income, GNI, per capita,
Later,
which
Dave.
is a key factor in determining a country's contribution. UN Security Council membership. As a permanent member of the Security Council, the US has a greater responsibility in authorizing and funding peacekeeping operations, which are often more costly. Assessment formula. The UN's assessment formula considers factors like capita GIN, population, debt burdens, determine each member's state contribution wealthiness. Wealthier nations like the US are assessed a larger percentage of the overall budget. So in other words, you're taking more out of the pot and you're giving more into the pot. So if it was to work out as a percentage fee, then you break even with what you're taking and using and what you're gaining out of it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Plus you've got more say on the board. So because you're a council membership, you are higher on that UN role than anybody else. So you get more say in stuff. Cost effectiveness of UN peacekeeping. While the US is the largest contributor to the UN peacekeeping, these missions are generally considered cost effective compared to deploying US forces alone, according to the US Government Accountability Office. In essence, the US pays more because it has the capacity to do so, and because its role in the UN both has a major economic power and a key decision maker within the Council, Security Council, carries with a higher financial obligation. So there you go. You want to be on top of the UN roll, have all the say, and want all the stuff, but don't want to pay for it.
Well, I agree with that. I still think it needs to be worked to where every country that's a part of it has equal share paid. A flat tax, if you will. Everybody's contributing, so...
There's hardships at the minute with that. So like the UK, we've just come out of Brexit, and now we're not paying for all these countries that have been taken and using and not contributing back.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're suffering, we're suffering, because we're getting too used to a no policy, and now we've got government idiots in control that are on about recreating a non-Brexit in a Brexit scenario, which makes no fucking sense to me either. We've come out, it was a people choice, and now they're trying to create deals under the table that put it back into a Brexit environment, a non-Brexit environment, sorry.
Yeah.
We were spending billions and billions of income. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, no, I get it. There's hardships and shit, but it's just one of those things that each country's got to figure out their shit. That goes back to the original thing about, you know, being nationalistic, to where you are proud of your nation and putting your nation first before anybody else, you know. That's what you guys should be doing. That's what every country should be doing, is looking out for themselves first before trying to reach out to help other people. I mean, some countries we've been giving money I'm not just saying the US, but in general, the UK, all these other places, France, Germany, give money to help underdeveloped countries that just take the money and then they buy freaking Land Rovers and give the money to warlords and shit like that, and they still live in mud huts. Stop. They're not going to try to better themselves. They have no desire to, and if that's the case, you leave them to it. They'll figure it out on their own.
This is what I was on about earlier on, so comparing the effectiveness of UK armies versus US army. Training. While the US military spends more on training overall, the UK places a strong emphasis on development, versatile and adaptable soldiers with a wider range of skills. This is what I was on about earlier on.
Mm-hmm.
The manpower of the US military, large size, allows for more specialization, as in your specific roles, while the UK's smaller force requires personnel to be more multi-skilled.
Yes.
Both militaries have a strong track record of operational success. The US military's vast resources and global reach allow it to undertake a wider range of missions. So in other words, the UK has to pick its fights because of size, rather than just chuck them all in and hope for the best.
This also goes to, would you rather have a jack of all trades or a specialist?
Well, this is the thing. This is where your SEALs, and you'll see a lot of videos online about it, your SEALs will come across and say SAS are the number one. They're the number one because of how versatile they are. And that's coming from lead roles that have been in fights, hunting down fucking Bin Laden and all that shit.
So, I mean, I know you keep going back to the SEALs and stuff, and the SEALs are great, but what about the Green Berets? What about the Army Rangers? What about these other specialist forces that you don't talk about?
We match for that.
Because, I mean, it's always the Navy SEALs, and it's like, great, I'm going to send Navy SEALs, guys that specialize in water training, into a fucking desert. And the fact that we did that, and they did great. But what about,
We've got Marines. We sent them over to Afghan and Iraq, and they absolutely annihilated.
We got Marines also. That's what I'm saying. Is, you know, it's...
We were the Green Berets in a way, because, well, you have a look at that video I sent you, you'll see.
Right, I'm just saying, we have Green Berets, we've got the Army Rangers, we've got Navy SEALs, we've got a lot of specialist teams.
Yep.
It's not just one, and it's like, great, everybody holds Navy SEALs in high regard, and yes, they have a very stringent thing, but same with Green Berets, same with the Special Rangers or you know, Army Rangers, shit like that. Like, we're able to train in every environment in the world just within the United States alone. We have desert environment, we have extreme cold environments, we've got...
Same in the same environments as us, that's been proven.
What's that?
There's a lot of talks about that. The UK is very wet, windy and shit, and the hardest training stuff that you do is jungle. You don't have jungles over there.
Right, I'm just saying that we have all those things as well, minus that. You don't have jungles.
Yes, we do. We have encampments with jungle training.
What I'm saying, though, is you don't have a natural jungle to go train in, but we have a natural
Yes,
desert.
we do. We fly over there and go to it. It's part of the training. We do all that.
Okay, well, we
That's what
can
I mean.
do the same thing.
So-
We can go down to Panama and go trade in the fucking jungle. I'm just saying that in the United States, we have a
Don't
fucking
know, that's
desert.
the thing. You keep roles to roles. So you've got US military, right? We're going to Afghan. We're going to deploy. You do specific training to those roles. So say you've got a radio operator. He'll be taught to deal with skills and drills around that within that environment. So
Yes,
with
the military
ASAS,
jungle, or the U.S. has jungle training programs. The U.S. military, or U.S. Army conducts jungle training in Hawaii, which is a jungle environment. So there you go.
the UK.
So that's the United States Army in the United States. Same with the Marine Corps. They're over there doing the same thing. So we have multiple divisions or parts of the U.S. military, Marine Corps, Army that are doing training in jungle, doing cold training in Alaska and frozen sub-zero temperatures. We've got desert training in Nevada, New Mexico, fucking Arizona, hot climates like you would have over in Afghanistan and Iraq. Like, it's all here in the United States, and they're all cross-trained for it. So, like, here in Oregon, where we're at, it's coastal, we got a bunch of shit. In Oregon by itself, we have Eastern Oregon, which is all fucking desert. You go west, you have the coast, cold, wet, windy, fucking terrible. You've got mountainous training right here. But if you were to enlist in Oregon, they would say, okay, you were raised in this environment. We're going to put you in an environment you don't know. So you're going to actually go to boot camp here and then train in fucking Alaska where you're going to freeze your nuts off. Then we're going to station you over here.
That's one part of it, but I'll give you the basics of what I know. So both the UK and the US have rigorous training programs. They're both hard, but they have different abilities. So the British Army training emphasises a more holistical approach, focused on developing like a wide range of soldiery skills, not just one skill, if you know what I mean. And that is the difference. So the skills from the outset of everything that you're going to push for. So we are trained to deal with mine clearing, radios, every job that you're trained to step up as a private all the way up to your highest command. That's how you're trained from day one. Whereas you guys don't get that. Your basic combat training is 22 weeks long.
Mm-hmm.
We get phases of training. So we're going in a basic combat training is 22 weeks long, incorporating one station unit training. Trainings to break down and then rebuild recruits with a strong emphasis on discipline and fitness. Equipment: the US Army is named for its advanced equipment and large logistical trail. MOS dictates a specific role. So you go, bring you in, break you down, fix you up. Then what training do you want to go? What route do you want to go? Because it's like massive advanced equipment and logistical trails. Then you pick an MOS which dictates what role you want to do, and that's the role that you're going to do for the rest of your military career unless you change MOS. With the UK military, it's your training, you come in, you do basic training, also known as Phase 1 training. It's a 13-week-long course for all soldiers. We then approach training as the second part of training. It breaks you down, makes you you go into a competence test. You're put forward with weapon training, FIWAF, which is fighting in built-up wooded areas, FIBUA, fighting in built-up building areas. What else do we do? Hazmat training. Like every single fucking thing that you can think of is all put into that second half of that course. Then you don't do your main training until you reach unit level after that, and then you specialize in what you're going to be doing. So if you're part of a section command, if you're part of a mortar team, if you're part of a sniper group, javelin team, HQ, supply and demand, military transport, there's loads of avenues that you can go within the unit, but that's on top of that training.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No,
So
I've understood everything you've said from the beginning about being cross-trained and everything. I get it. I totally understand it, and I've never once debated it. All I simply said was that we have.
The point I was making is, while infantry is a core focus, UK soldiers often receive additional training in areas like jungle and Arctic warfare, which is very rare for your guys to go into normal training for MOS to join a unit. I'm on about week 1, day 1. That was the point, sorry.
No, I get it. I'm just saying that, I mean, I had friends of mine that left here and went to Alaska and sub-zero training. I had friends of mine that went from here to like New Mexico and hot climates and trained in desert. I've had people go down to freaking Hawaii. So, yeah.
But you pay more because you've got who was it who said the baby or whatever it was? The other day, was it Geordie?
Oh yeah, Geordie.
He's kicking out.
Talking about the
He
toddler.
said the baby or whatever, and he says, yeah, he's made a decision to go into Iran. This is why. So it's got very debatable, and I don't know. I'm proud of my military. Very. You are as well. I can tell. Something that it's a military thing where guys debate their skills, drills, and it is always through your your training. Everything else is compared because we're doing the same job. So it's like if I was on a boat doing the same job as Toe, we'd be both going at each other like my job's boats in the UK, this, that, and the other. It's exactly the same. It's always been like, it's competition. And if you are competitive, like we are, playing this game is competition, then you're going to see that as well.
Yeah, but no, I wasn't ever debating that you guys did that. I understand the whole specialization and all that kind of shit. That was never any of this. The only thing I went to point out was the fact that we have every climate that you could ask for to be trained in is in the United States.
Which is weird to us because you guys don't use it to its benefits at all.
I mean, you say that, but we do. We have people that are trained in sub-zero Arctic fighting stuff. We have people trained in all that kind of stuff, and most people are cross-trained into things, but not trained in all things at once. Like Toe was saying, great, you have a jack of all trades, master of none. We have masters that we could send in that specialize, that are hyper-specialized at doing this one thing and doing it very well.
Yeah, I'm saying that don't work though. So if you're specialised in one job, and there's 5 different people with different jobs, if one of those die, the other guy can't pick up the pieces and carry on pushing. It doesn't work.
Well, like I said, it's cross-training.
This is where UK beast it out, and we can pick up a lance. So if you're a private, we can go to a lance corporal, pick up his job and roll, and start ammo supplying for the troops that are on the ground and bringing stuff in and creating new resource paths straight away. We're diligent, trained medical officers. If our med guy goes down, medic, he goes down, then there is always a backup to go in that place. You pick up everybody else's jobs regardless. Take the slack.
Yeah.
And that's trained from day one.
Yeah, no, there's cross training in the U.S. military as well. depending on what branch you're in, is more specialized. But yeah.
But that's low level. Every level of the military. I know army. I don't know naval or air force and stuff, but I know it from an army level. It's from week 1, day 1, all the way up.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, Wolverstein, I agree. It's more of a nationalistic approach or isolationist. I don't want to go that far. But yeah, if it's not concerning you on your soil, stay the fuck out of it. I agree. 100%. So.
Well, that's why NATO's there. Because if something does come on your soil, then bang,
Yeah.
that kicks off and everybody gets involved and covers each other.
That's just the other things. I know other people will be like, well, go confront it before it comes to your soil is the other aspect. But, you know.
I think there's your approach to changing the money on big things that have been going since World War II and nobody else has moaned or asked about it. The problem you've got with that is you've got somebody as a leader that's being looked at then as if to say they're going to change this, do this.
What's happening, Deborah?
Happening, Deborah?
Yeah, I get it. My views are a little bit more different than a lot of the more popular views when it comes to it.
No, everyone's entitled to their opinion. I fully agree with that. I'll always protect my country and what I fought for and everything else. I don't know. I struggle not to bite my lip.
I'm a conservative-leaning libertarian, and so you hear libertarian and that's already a no-go. But yeah, that's where I'm at. I think that taxes are terrible. Fuck that. But if we have to have one, let's make it a flat tax, equal for all. None of this tax bracket bullshit. You know, I think that...
I agree.
I think that when it comes to a lot of that kind of stuff, there's common ground on both sides when it comes to that. But where I fall onto the conservative side of things is, although there's many freedoms I think everybody should enjoy 100%, I think there's certain things that we need to limit ourselves to that kind of are a little bit more extreme, progressive. And I think that if you progress too quickly, you end up, I guess, getting too much rope and hanging yourself. So that's...
Can I ask you a personal question on this then?
Okay.
So, how many people roughly are in your country?
I don't know, about, what is it, 500 and some odd
It doesn't matter
million?
the figure, but roughly, yeah.
About 500 million,
So-
give or take, ish.
Do you think they should be governed by one voice?
They're not.
They definitely are. Because did you ever vote or talk about whether we were going to hit Iran or not?
So each
Or did one
state...
man make a decision and go, yeah, fuck this, we're doing it?
Okay, so each state is able to govern itself, and each one breaks down even further into different counties and cities that are governed below them. The United States are comprised, and we have elected one person that we feel would be best for our interest, based off of what the states have voted on and so on its way up.
Vote if nukes go out.
Do what?
Do you get any say in if nukes go out? Do you get any say if he wants to send the whole naval force to a certain area? Do you get any say in that?
We got a say when we voted. That's when we got our say.
But this is my point. Do you believe that one man should be in charge of all of that responsibility? Because I don't. This is my personal opinion. This is where I'm at.
We
It
have
doesn't work.
supposedly check and balances.
There is.
If that one man, the man that we voted for our voice, starts to be a tyrant, the other people that we voted into the House and the Senate has the power to remove him.
Yeah.
But it's too late if he's pressed that red button and he's just killed millions and millions of people and the fallout kills everybody else.
So,
But you don't have that option with your queen.
well, the Queen has no power. The whole royal family is there to look pretty.
He's dead.
You
He's
know,
not here anymore.
the royal family is like they said, it's that the Prime Minister has more power than the royal family. But basically, I mean, you're acting as if he pushes a button, boom, it all goes off. No. He pushes a button, a light turns on. They have to have people with the highest clearance able to activate the keys at the same time, all that shit.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Going down to like brass and tacks, fair enough. But what I'm saying is, do you agree that it should be that small? And do you agree, in the opinion that I'm saying, is more people should be involved in shit that goes on with the country, not just one man make a choice and that's it. Right, this is what we're doing. You voted me, I'm going to do it. Same with our government. They do all these fucking votes and stuff, but then it goes to a parliament vote.
Mhm.
So it gets overridden all the fucking time.
Yes.
People don't want this shit. Like, how many people voted Brexit? How many people didn't?
Mhm.
There's no facts on it because it got written over.
Mhm.
And this is what pisses me off at the minute is, especially the UK, you've got a government that there's so many backhands going on. There's meetings and parties and shit like that, and they're talking about business behind closed doors and how they're going to affect different votes and stuff like that. And it happens all the fucking time. All the fucking time.
So,
And I don't think it should be left to them. I think it should be the people.
Wolverstein, the three branches, I think, is the executive branch, the legislative, and the judicial branch. Those are the three branches of the U.S. government. And I believe president falls under the executive branch. Judicial would be your judges and courts, and the legislative is your Congress and shit like that. Each one oversees another, that kind of thing. So there's checks, balances, and all that kind of stuff. And, like Dapper was saying, if all else fails, you have the Second Amendment that allows the people to overthrow a tyrannical government on their own, should the branches fail.
But who puts up that vote?
Puts up the vote for what?
For overthrowing them.
I mean, that just comes down
We the
to...
people.
Yeah, it's
This
we
is
the
where I'm
people.
at. There's all these rules that can stop him from doing something, but it's actually inside the government that does all that.
So, with a government as large as ours, we elect representatives that go to the House of Representatives to represent the voices of each state. Senate, same kind of thing. They're able to do that kind of stuff. If the people are pissed off and they let their representatives and Congress people know, that's who goes forward on ousting a tyrannical government leader such as a president or whatever you might be on about. So
I just feel, this is my personal opinion, I feel like we're just on a roller coaster and we're not in control at all.
well, yeah.
There's no control for you or me. You think you're voting when you go in and vote? Probably not. Do you think half the shit's real? No. A lot of it's cover up and you don't get told. The news is controlled by government over here.
Yeah.
Massively. Everything that comes out in the post is yes or no. I've done shit that you wouldn't even fucking believe that should have made news. Never did. Got covered up. Told in a different way or a different light, and other situations that have been brought out that fuck people over.
Yeah.
Nothing's as you see it, and I don't think having a government in control and power is the right way of going. The single man with the ability to change the world, because Trump can change everything he does is being watched by every political leader. If he goes into a debate with Russia, Putin, says the wrong thing, does the wrong thing, that could create consequences and reactions to how it is. So it is down to that, in my opinion, it's down to that one person. He's not told what to say, he's going in there and having his own conversation. And that means 1,000 words. Kim Jong-un, when he first went over there, if he'd have fucked that up, then what? The outcome of this Russia-Ukraine thing could have been a lot different if you didn't get on with him and go over and shake hands and stuff like that. So that's my point of view, is there's a lot riding on minimal people to run countries in a set way that half of them, in my opinion, couldn't fucking run a burger van. But there you go.
Yeah. So then what do you propose? What is the
This
solution?
is where the point is. We're having that conversation about it, and it's like, well, before it was Her Majesty can override the government like that.
Mhm.
Why don't we do that? But then obviously she's passed, and now we've got a moron in charge who I don't agree with.
Right. And a monarch isn't quite the best thing, because if a monarch decides that they're pissed off because they got snubbed at some kind of fucking banquet or whatever, next thing you know, you're going to
Exactly.
die because somebody didn't get served a strawberry when they should have.
Hmm.
So a monarch's still going to put one person above all.
But I think there's a lot of, in this day and age, there's a lot going on, and people aren't ready for it. But I think all this has happened before, and they've put themselves in the hole, and we've started again. I really believe that.
Yeah.
And we've done
Come on.
exactly the same. We're rewriting history where we're doing it all over fucking again.
Yeah. Reliving history.
Hmm.
You got to learn from it or you're doomed.
Always doomed to repeat itself.
Exactly.
And it may not be the same exact way, but then again, blue, light blue, dark blue, still blue.
That's like saying to the current fights that are going on is we're all equal, so why are we doing this? Just stop, and nobody doing it.
Mhm.
It's just nuts.
Freaking, what is it? The war Russia and Ukraine.
Mhm.
There's already another war that's gonna end up starting. That's gonna end up being like that anyway. It's a known fact. We all know, at least the U.S. I'm not sure about the UK, but we already know that at any point China's going to do the same exact thing Russia did. China still says to this day that Taiwan is part of China. And Taiwan says, no, we are an independent country. And it's only going to be a matter of time before China tries yet again to take over Taiwan.
Who allowed Ukraine to be where they are? Because it was Russia. It was part of the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
It was US. US took it over and gave it to Ukraine.
Well, the dissolution of
What
the
Russia's doing
USSR.
is saying we're
so
taking it back.
they don't even want the whole thing. They only want part of
it
it.
back. Say again, sorry.
I said that they don't even want the whole thing. They only want part of it.
Yeah. But it's history repeating itself, so
Yeah,
The
America has a
Soviet
bad
Union.
habit of every time there's a civil war, America always tries to help the people that are trying to liberate themselves.
Yep. World police. It's not our problem. We need to stay the fuck out of it. That's just my opinion. I mean, I understand.
You're taking big roles of being UN leaders and stuff, so you're
Right.
leading the way. So you've asked for that position and paying more into that position to be there. And this is all part of it. You take a lot of responsibilities for it, and that's why you're head honcho when it comes to running missiles into Iran and putting a fear factor into people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
Which I think is daft, in my opinion. If you're running NATO and UN, it should be multiple decisions and agreed to before it happens.
ever since Hiroshima, our nuclear weapons are locked behind 3 people, not 1.
Yeah.
Our president can say, bomb the fuck out of whatever, and he only has 1/3 of the code. If the other 2 people think that turn around has the power to say, you know what, president, you're fucked in the head. No. All 3 people have to agree before a nuclear weapon goes off.
Profit driven, yeah. Yeah, there is no perfect solution to replace the government systems that we have now.
If I remember, there's the president, there's a high military official, and then there's another civil official that has to agree. All government, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but no, I mean, there's no perfect solution to a lot of things, and it's, I don't know. Like I said, I have different opinions, and sure, they're America's biggest portion of UN and all that kind of stuff, but being a libertarian,
I think your views and the way your biases and stuff like that is an attribute to a combination of like cultural factors, historical narratives, in my opinion. You've gone through a lot of shit in the past where now it's coming out that you're doing this better and that better, and do you know what I mean?
I mean, my opinions are just like, okay, if you want to smoke weed, you want to be a lesbian, gay, whatever, go for it. You want guns? Great. You know, don't worry about what other fucking countries are doing. Just let's worry about us and taking care of our people, our Americans, things like that. Is more my view on it, you know. I think that, you know, like I said, flat tax, something like that, where it's a base tax for everybody, 100% equal, you know, no brackets, none of that kind of stuff. Then there's other things, you know, some people claim things are human rights, but it's hard to make it a human right without infringing on other people's rights, if that makes sense. So I know we have like certain unalienable rights. We have the right to, happiness, the pursuit of happiness, and I can't remember the rest of them right now. I'm still foggy in the head. They are rights that you have that do not infringe on other people's rights, if that makes sense. Whereas if you said, okay, universal health care, a lot of people claim that is a right. But if you are forcing somebody to give care to somebody else without payment, you are infringing on another person's rights, because they had to go to school, they had to learn the trade, they had to develop the skills that cost them money, time, and everything else. And if they're not being compensated for it, you're infringing on their rights so other people can have rights, if that makes sense. I think if you're going to give rights, rights have to be given that do not infringe upon other people's rights or other rights. So, there you go. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
I agree with that partially, but at the same exact time, there are people that are out there that only care about one thing: money.
Yes.
You know, so it's like, and there are people that don't have money who have, quote unquote, the right to health care, and that's fine, but there's not a reason, and a doctor does deserve to get compensated. That's fine, but there are more people that are like saying, I don't give a fuck what illness you have, I want my money. And it's like, I was lucky enough that one of my surgery, I was in such a financial situation. Like, one of my tumors were gonna invade my lung, and if I didn't get surgery, I probably would have fucking died. I couldn't fucking afford it. My health care I was battling with, because they were trying, because it was shortly after I was in between health cares. I was like, my fucking place I work for decided at a drop of a hat saying, we are going to change our health care from this to this. And I was fucking on the operating table when it fucking happened. And I was in the battle with my fucking insurance company. And they were saying, oh no, it's a pre-existing condition, we're not going to cover it. I'm like, no, you got to fucking cover it. It's not my fault they fucking switched health gears when I was on the thing. And I was lucky enough that my doctor wrote it up to fucking charity. He didn't care about the money. He cared more about the fucking patient's life. Unfortunately, we have doctors that don't give a shit about the patient's life. They want fucking money.
Yeah. I get it.
Into this and read a few documents, and there's certain people that are saying we became arrogant in our post-World War II prosperity, thinking that we had won World War II because of our natural culture and genetic superiority, when in fact it was only our geographic isolation that left us as the only industrial power in the world that was not devastated by the war, which gave you more of the easy way of putting it, like an egotism towards everyone else.
Mhm.
And I feel that's how it's coming across. If I'm right,
I guess so.
wrong.
I mean,
So
like
when
I
I
said,
said like culture and stuff, that's what I meant by that, as in things that have gone on and wars that have gone on.
yeah, I'm not disputing that kind of stuff. I'm just saying that my views, I don't see myself as better than any other country. I think every country has good things about them and different cultures and things, but I just feel the beliefs that I carry about it, being more libertarian and stuff like that, that's my thing. And a lot of the times libertarians tend to, if it's not in my yard, it's not my fucking problem. That kind of mentality. I tell the dog that. I go outside, she starts barking at the neighbor. I'm like, it's not your yard, don't worry about it. That kind of thing. I understand there's the progressive side of things where you want to take care of the world, look out for the less fortunate, be the guy that beats the bullies, But to me,
Egocentrism, that's the one, isn't it?
but to me, I don't think that's something that we should do. And that's where, like, typically here, political lines and everything, the left side tends to be more emotional about things. Emotions tend to dictate a lot of choices that are made. So they're the ones that are much more caring usually. They want to help others. They want to look out for the less fortunate. When compared to conservative or right-leaning side of things, where they're seen as more of the war hawks until recently.
I
Where
think
it's all
this is
about
where
money.
it's going along. Everybody's putting labels on stuff. I think it's choices that have been made in past and present that are changing people's views and everything. We're being brought up in a social environment where you're seeing loads of shit on TikTok and Twitch and YouTube and stuff, and half of it's made up. You can go and ask AI to produce something now that's shocking,
Mhm.
and you wouldn't believe it's true. Like the monkeys that are walking around. If you'd never seen a monkey talking, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. And this is the point I'm making. Like, everybody's very desensitized to what happened previously. A lot of the old boys are coming up to that time where they've passed away and not left legacies going forward, and the history of the countries and stuff has started to dwindle, and the true events and stuff, and it's being rewritten by people sat behind computers.
Hey, Rafter, what happened to your wavetable at the top of the wash plant?
I did a reset and I forgot to put one up there. So I have 2 on the ground. But I like it when it's up there. I might make 3 wavetables, so then I have the 2 on the ground here and then 1 up there as well. I mean, I have an extra conveyor belt and I have plenty of splitters for water, so...
Yeah. I don't have the power.
Don't have power?
I don't have the power to 1/3.
Yeah, you got to get another generator, because I have 1 generator that runs the lights and the cleaning equipment, and then the other generator runs the wash plant.
Yeah. Now I have 1 generator over at the wash plant, and 3 of the lights are I only have 3 rights, one on the left side, one on the right side, and one at the top, staring at the hopper so I can see when I'm backing up.
Yeah, not bad. I think I only have 4 lights, but yeah.
Plus, and then the rest of the power is all ran by the equipment.
Mm-hmm. Alright. I know Wolverstein and Cap, they've been going back and forth in the stream, and
I've been digging.
Oh yeah, no, they've been talking a lot of that kind of stuff, and
I think there's 2 mentalities. So obviously,
Oh, Dave's
there's a
climbing.
change over here now where our news is very different to your news. Your news is very different to our news. Your news, because you've got so many states and so many people that make up stuff, there's a lot of confrontation of who's better, who does this better. Like, I've seen it within Texas is better than this state, and like things like that. I'm not picking on people, I'm just saying. So when you've got all that going on with our country, the last thing I remember is World War II, World War I, where everyone had to pull together. Women were working in factories, creating the ammunition that we were using to fight the war.
yes,
We all came together as one. And that's not happening anymore. We're all being divided by government. So that's how I see it. That's my point of view. So everything's being very much divided. There's a lot of shit going on that shouldn't be going on. There's money being spent on shit that shouldn't be being spent on shit. And if I had a chance to vote, I'd vote, but we don't get that chance down to the people that are in charge, which is a load of bollocks, in my opinion, because I didn't vote for the cunt that's in charge now. So my vote went to fuck all.
As much as everybody picks and chooses about all the different states and all that, when it comes down to it, to a time of war, there is no division. Everyone is the same
yeah,
in the U.S.
Well, that's the thing. There's a lot of ego being thrown around of better this, better that. And I think
That's what I'm
it's
saying.
hard.
When it comes to war, that doesn't exist in the U.S.
It's never existed in the UK. We take the piss out of each other, but we stick together like fucking flies on shit.
mm-hmm.
We're there straight away. But your opinion that you was putting across seems it's very divided. Like, it's not teamwork. It wouldn't work. Oh, we don't need to support them. We don't want to be a part of that because of that. And it's like, if you've got somebody on the floor and they're injured, would you help them or would you just step over them and carry on? That's how I look at it. That's how I see it because of my military background and stuff. If there's a civvy, a kid that's been caught up in a battle, I'm not just gonna, oh, you're part of them, fuck that. Do you know what I mean? And carry, I can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not in my nature. It's not how I've been brought up. So when I put my life lessons and things that I've seen and done into that context when I'm talking about it. It's not just an opinion as such. It's things that I would do normally in real life that I have done or been involved in or seen or done.
Yeah.
So when you were saying like, oh, we shouldn't pay as much as everyone else, but the natural thing is I've seen US absolutely blasting round after round after round into the fucking sky trying to hit mortars every single fucking night.
Mm-hmm.
Thousands of pounds, firing missiles off, £1 million missiles at fucking nothing but dirt.
Mm-hmm.
Because they just want to get rid of them because they don't want to carry them.
Yeah.
And then you've got our forces that are struggling to get ammunition and struggling to keep the fucking battle going for 8-9 hours, and we're just wishing for that one round. So when we talk about stuff like that, it's, do you know what I mean? It's different.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I shouldn't be a part of this really because, say, I've got a very biased opinion, and I'm trying to keep it PG. But yeah,
That's fine. I mean, my description of the different political parties, I'm trying not to I guess, describe accurately what it is that kind of is a core value of each side. Conservatives or right-leaning conservatives tend to be more, we want things left alone. The libertarian, or not libertarian, but Democrat, progressive side tends to want to advance things and see new things always going forward, and it tends to be more about feeling. You'll see more acceptance of, the whole gender thing or different ideologies that are I guess, more prevalent now than they have been in the past, embraced by left-leaning people than right-leaning people.
Right in saying this statement, you feel like the world's gone soft.
I mean, I believe in the
It's very
statement.
soft now. It used to be, you fuck up, you get a slap. You do the wrong thing, you get caught up in it, you pay the punishment. If you think this, well, you're wrong. This is history. Do you know what I mean?
So,
That's how I got brought up.
so for me, I think that there needs to always be progression. You can't just stay stagnant, because if that's the case, we'd all still be living in mud huts. We have to progress. I think that progression should be done in, limited. Doesn't have to be super fast forward. Is that Toe that was trying to talk?
Yeah, I
Go
don't
ahead.
think it's so much as the world has gone soft. It's the fact that with all the media that we have now, the soft side is more advertised than the hard side because it's more appealing to the people.
Gotcha.
It's not only that, I don't care what news or tabloid fucking that reports on shit, may it be your even private news people, everyone's biased. Everyone's only going to show the light that they want you to see. There's not too many people that will just show you
Fact.
the actual facts of what's going on and let you make your own decision. No, they all have one way or another saying that this is what it is, and you're going to take my opinion and you're going to like it.
Right.
Exactly what Dapper's said is where my army training comes in. So you've got a scenario, you've got to make a decision whether you shoot or not. They sit everybody in a room, there's about 20 of us, they put up a screen, they give you a scenario and they say, right, what would you do?
Mhm.
Half the room sit on half the side, half the room sit on the other side, and then he explains there's no wrong, there's no right answer. And then everybody's looking at each other like, what the fuck? Like a bit shocked, and it's like, it's down to you making that decision at that moment and off you go.
Yeah.
But what I've just shown you is you're all divided whether that was right or wrong, and that is not how you should be. And that's a true fact of life that I've seen and been involved in that makes you go, well, hang on, holy fuck, I didn't have all the facts, I didn't know all the details. Because then he strips it down with like x-rays with the clothing, he's got a bomb underneath, and he's got a fucking pestle in his hand, and he's walking up to a load of civvies, and he's about to commit a mass suicide sort of event. And if you hadn't have acted, everybody would have been dead. If you had have acted, you might have set off the bomb anyway and caused the same thing anyway. You know what I mean?
Right.
So there was like a right answer and a wrong answer for each side of what would have happened.
Yeah.
And that's where that comes in for me. So I'd see that, but I just the
So,
world's changing, like you said, too quick, and people are adapting slow. Like they're
Good.
adapting with voice rather than change.
right. No, I mean, I get the whole it's gone soft thing. I think, I was brought up very traditionally disciplined, but I think that there is, progression that needs to be made as we make advances in sciences and things like that. We understand, like autism. There's different. It's like a spectrum, I guess. I hate using that word, but a sliding scale, something like that. To how bad somebody is at learning a specific way. So using the same discipline on every person is not going to work. Just like trying to teach somebody a lesson, it may not click until you change the wording or change how you explain it or show a visual along with it.
It's similar to learning. Not everyone learns in the same way. There are some people that can learn more through a textbook, and then some more people that can learn through being shown how to do something. And some people like me needs to be physically baby stepped through it, step by step, to be able to pick it up properly.
Right. So I think, in a way, yes, it's gone soft. Has it gone too soft? Probably. I think that, like Cap said, turn it up a few degrees at a time, not crank it up to 180. I think we've made advances in some places. In some places, we need to back it down.
I think it all started with health and safety, in my opinion. So what I saw was the health and safety. You had people climbing up, like I've seen the old American videos where they used to set up the skyscrapers, and they're running off massive great big beams and stuff that are like 900 meters high, and you're done. Stuff like that. Health and safety started bringing in procedures, and we need to do this, we need to do that. Then there was names put on scenarios, so like road accidents. It's not an accident. There's always someone to blame, so it's an incident. And then we started putting names to things. ADHD started running around big time. Everybody had it. Everybody's got it. But it was thrown around. I got it thrown at me when I was younger because I wasn't listening. I wasn't doing as I was told, and my mum ran me into the hospital, and here's a book, write down your feelings and how you feel, and this, and it became a different way of dealing with things that were already there but not made a big deal about. The difference between that then was you've pressurized that by putting it in a crock pot and shoving it out to everybody, because now you can see the same shit that I can see online, and we're going, wait, hang on, you're doing this, no, you're doing that, do you know? And that's where we're at, because we're in defiance that the main issue is technology's advanced way too quick for people to understand.
That's the thing,
way
yeah.
too quick.
I mean, and everybody is now medicalized. Everybody's over-medicated, I guess is the thing I want to say. You're on a medication for everything. ADHD, PTSD, anxiety, depression. Everybody's medicated. Overly medicated.
If I went up to my daughter today, turned around to her and said, right, you're on the spectrum for this, she would go round and use that to her advantage.
Well, that's
it wouldn't
different.
be, no, I'm not, like we would be back in the day. I'm not part of that, because you get bullied. You get beat up after school and stuff. That's how it was at my school. I don't know I can't speak for everybody else's. But if you were different, then you stood out and you were fair game for everybody. That's how it was.
Go ahead, Dapper.
Didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought I heard somebody say something. Okay.
No, you're talking about medicated. I said easy.
Yeah. No, so yeah, medicated, that kind of thing. What you're describing there is the whole victimization thing. Everybody's a victim, and whoever the biggest victim is wins. So you want everything.
That's how it used to be. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's how it
now
is now.
It became a thing where everybody agrees to different. Oh no, you've got ADHD, or this, that, and it's all very blanketed for the kids now, and it's not the same treatment. As soon as they stopped, right, no smacking your kids, this, that, and the other. As soon as they stopped all that, things started becoming different. Parents shouldn't be doing this, shouldn't be doing that. There was a lot of disagreement, changes, and things to workings that were primarily the younger age is the future. That's the way I see it. Like, my kids are going to be the future.
Yeah.
If I treat them with cotton wool and pick them up all the time, every time they fall over and stuff like that, then they're the ones that are going to carry that on to the next, until some really serious incident happens where they're forced to change their ways. Like the world, I don't know, underground bunkers, living in that for a while. They come up off the land and they're like, oh shit, the world's changed. Do you know what I mean? That sort of thing.
Yeah.
But that's just opinion, obviously.
I mean, when I say the whole victimhood mentality, it's that. It's if you are a victim and you are the biggest victim, you win. I've noticed with younger people, it's how many medications are you on? What things are wrong with you? The more things, you were the ringleader, you know, that kind of thing. Where I guess previously it was more of a meritocracy kind of thing. Like, hey, this guy's cool. He's, you know, freaking captain of the football team. He's, you know, in honor society and all that kind of stuff. You looked at what you would try to do to better the community instead of what was wrong with you, because you don't want to celebrate what's wrong with somebody. I mean, you don't put them down for it either, but it's not something that's an accomplishment. You didn't have a choice over your disability or your issue that you're going through, if that makes sense.
I grew up with life, so I deal with it. Man up. Pain's just a fucking a thing of the mind and shit like that. So you get this hard love is how we most UK lads, I can guarantee, you probably go down the same route where they say you brought up with hard love. It's not, nothing's easy, nothing's put on a plate and so there you go, have it.
At government level for us, I find that religion dictates a lot of the our government officials' actions.
I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of... That used to be true, I would say, probably 15, 20 years ago, maybe.
No, it's depending on the state, it's still true now. Green is a primary example of it.
Well, yeah, I would say state level. Federal level, I would say it's not as prevalent as it once was. You still have those that have religious backgrounds in there, but a lot of the decisions that have been made at federal level don't fall under a Christian background of morality.
So you don't think a senator trying to pass a law stating that all gay, lesbians, and transgenders should be put in a mental institution because there's something fucked up in their head because it's only supposed to be a homosexual relationships?
Is that state level or federal?
Federal. Green has been trying to freaking pass that for the longest time.
Right, and that's what I just said, was that there still are a few that hold those beliefs, but for the most part it's not. I'm not saying there's none of that. I think personal belief, you know, gay, lesbians, bisexuals, whatever, is not our place to judge. That's for God to decide when Judgment Day is upon them. I do believe when it comes to the transgender thing that a mental evaluation should be given because that is very much life-altering. And I think that you should be seen through multiple mental physicians before you sign off on something like that, because there's a lot of people that have gone through the process that regret it. A lot of people have gone through the process and ended their lives over it. And they say, hey, if I just talked to one more doctor and something like that, that maybe I would have made a different choice. That, I think, should be done. But when it comes to your sexuality or sexual choice, that is none of my business as long as it doesn't concern kids. That's it.
Yeah. I like Canada's view on transgender. You actually have to go see, like, I think, what did Iris say? Like 5 different doctors?
I'm not sure on that
and
one.
Like 2 different freaking medical
professionals of some kind.
2 different psychological doctors too, before it can happen. I have a friend who's a transgender in Canada, and she said she had to go through different doctors. She had to go through different medical doctors, about 4 or 5 medical doctors and 2 psychiatrists.
Yeah.
But before the approval for the medication and stuff for the transition.
Right. But I mean, like I said, that's my personal opinion. I don't agree with what Green's trying to do. I didn't know about that. But I do know that there are highly Christian senators or Congress people that are in there that will try to pass something that's more extreme. And not everybody on the right is like that. That's for sure. Because, I mean, Ted Cruz probably doesn't back that, and he's on the right. I'm on the right, but not that far on the right, just on the right. And I wouldn't back something like that. So
I talked with someone at work who's like my on the same side of the spectrum that I am.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not in the same shade, but the same side. And we were discussing, and I forget who she said, but and like we're about to like how we said history repeats itself.
Mm-hmm.
There's a senator that is, in my opinion, so fucked up in the head that it's kind of she gets elected, everything to get elected, and what she's trying to do makes no sense because she doesn't believe women should be in power. She wants to put women back where she thinks they belong, which is like maleistic. She wants to put, yeah, she wants to put all the females back in the fucking kitchen, barefoot and pregnant.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, but you're a senator.
Yeah.
And you're saying you shouldn't have your job. You should be barefoot and pregnant. Why the fuck did you run?
I would say they ran.
Point.
They ran because they wanted the ability to do that, and the only way that they can make that a law would be to be a senator. That's the only thing I can logically think as to why they would do that, but yeah.
Oh, logically I understand, but in my head I was thinking, you're not...
It's an oxymoron, or...
You're supposed to lead by an example.
Right.
You know, but yet what your actions are completely different than what you're saying. And like, it makes no fucking sense.
Cap for the next president. I don't think you'd want Cap as president. His views are probably, you know, a little extreme.
All about slavery.
Yeah. Oh, man. But yeah, no, I mean, you do have that. You've got other people that let their religion dictate on the left as well with, was it Minnesota? What's her name? Ilham or something like that? Can't remember her name, but I think she's the Somali immigrant that came over and has been elected, I think, to the Minnesota side of Senate and Congress or whatever. Ilhan, I don't know. Anyways, and her religion is, I believe, Muslim or something like that. So a lot of the stuff that she supports is extreme in its own ways as well. I just don't see it as being as prevalent as it once was. If you go back, 15, 20 years, yeah, I keep saying that and I keep thinking Clinton. It's like, nope, Bush was around. About that same era and whatnot.
I knew you'd be back.
Yeah, the one thing that, all presidents do good things and all presidents fuck up. The only thing that I don't understand, going back to how I said, everyone's greedy.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone wants more money. It's like I don't understand, all right, how you already make, like $120,000, $200,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
Just because the budget gets balanced, why the fuck are you giving yourself raises? You already make more money than anyone else in the fucking United States.
Yeah, you're up there.
More fucking money, and it's like, and there goes our fucking national deficit.
Mm-hmm.
It went down all but. Well, I think he finally balanced it like 3 months before he went out of office. It was balanced, ticking down for all but 3 months, and the very first thing the new fucking Congress did was, we want raises, and then the national deficit starts going up again.
Yeah.
And it wasn't because of any other law, it was because of Congress's raise. And I'm just like, that makes no fucking sense in my head. You shouldn't be able to fucking get a raise if you don't have the fucking money.
Well, that's the thing, is they get raises, but they also get paid by lobbyists and a bunch of other things. Because how do they go in and only make 120,000, but by the time their term ends in 2 years, they're a multi-millionaire? How does that work? You know
That makes me laugh.
that.
Everybody right now is in a realization stage that things are shit. Things are only going to get worse. The kids that we've developed currently are the lazy stage. The next lot, people are giving the kids phones. There's baby phones out there to introduce them to the internet. And what happens when you bring your kids up? If you stick around your kid and you used to race and you want your kid to become a racing driver, you put all the effort in, send them go-kart and stuff, they follow that in path.
Mm-hmm.
If you sit there on your computer all day, like I do, I'm giving me for instance, what's the kid gonna do?
Mm-hmm.
Copy, wanna be like dad. So what is everyone doing now? Everyone's on phones, everyone's on computers, so it's not this generation that's coming, i.e. my kids 15, 14, it's the next generation. They're gonna be fucked. Because people are just chucking phones at them and go, here, I'll play on that, you're boring the fuck out of me, I don't want to deal with you, I can't be arsed with it, crying, moaning, whatever, here's a phone. And it's going to get worse.
It's not just the kids copying dad or mom. You also have to figure, like, that's only, single digits. The moment they hit teenage, they're no longer copying mom and dad. They're copying friend 1 and friend 2.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the thing. We're creating that. The next thing to happen then is a world disaster that pulls everybody together where they've got no choice. They've got to fucking land on each other's laps and look after each other. And if you don't pick up the slack, then the country's going to be fucked. That's when World War I, World War II changed everybody, brought everyone together, factory units being produced, supply lines, everything else, everybody working as a team. What are the kids doing now? You name a kid that's not in the room playing Xbox or Roblox. I don't fucking know any. Laziness. Don't go out, get jobs. My son failed his fucking job searching shit. I fucking rammed it through his throat. Here, this, here, that. You could be doing this, could be doing that. Never let off.
Mm-hmm.
What happens? Absolutely fuck all. Oh, the school's gonna help me, Dad.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's out to help each other, apparently. They do it for you. Just laziness. And that's the generation we got. Now he's on about joining the army because it's easy.
Mm-hmm.
It's an easy way out. You go in there, you get free food, you get a free roof over your head. And all you gotta do is run around a little bit. They ain't got a fucking clue. They ain't got a clue. And that's my biggest fear. It's not governments and shit like that. It's the generation that we're producing and what they're gonna turn into and what they're gonna run.
I think I scared one of the nurses today.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, did
Scared her or did she laugh at you?
No, scared her. Or I got like one of those like worrying looks because she's like, "You're not suicidal or anything. Don't try to kill yourself or anything." Like, "Oh no," I'm like, "I'm not suicidal." But I immediately went right after. But someone told me to pull a gun on me, told me to give them my wallet. They're only gonna get the finger, and I'm gonna walk away. And I ain't gonna stop them. And she's just like, it's just like, yeah, I'm not gonna kill myself. But if someone threatened to kill me, I'm just gonna say, if you have balls to do it, do it. I don't give a fuck.
That's another thing that worries me as well is suicide rates of young people now has gone up massively.
Yeah.
Massively. It's ridiculously big.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's a lot of things that can be attributed to that kind of stuff, and that's a whole another kettle of worms or debate you could get into, and all that. So.
And also depends on our country and the pressure.
I think a lot of it's culture as well. So obviously the US, you're within your walls of internet and satellites and everything else. you will get a lot of different mainstream stuff. Your own people are producing their own videos, political opinions, and stuff like that. So you're only seeing one side of it. Same as we are. Same as China. Like you look at their people, fucking hell, they don't get a choice. They get fucking blasted with what they got to watch. Korea, South Korea, North Korea, all that shit.
Mhm.
So it's just worrying.
China's way of doing things, in some part I like it, in some part I hate it, and some parts I'm like, what the fuck? Because there was one incident that I read about over in China. They want to build a highway, and like any other government, any other government would just walk in and say, here's the value for the house, you got a week to get the fuck out, sorry, if they need to put a highway through the land, you have no choice. Over in China, I find it weird because if they don't want to get the fuck out of the house, they want to stay where they're at, they can say no. And the government their government won't just take the house. But the government will make your life miserable. There's this article where this family would not move. So you know what they did? They your apartment's there, the structural stability's here and here, everything to the left and right of the structural stability beams got literally torn down and ripped off. They have no water, they have no power, the highway goes around their house, and they live in the center of the highway.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, you want your freaking house, you can keep your house. You just have no water and power, and I'm just like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And they're still living there, but they have to bring water in and go buy candles. But I'm just saying in my head, like, what the fuck?
But this is my point. Cultural differences is very much in the wire. You're in a pen, and basically you're only seeing what you see. We're only seeing what we see, and this is where things come together, where they don't expect people to go online and talk to each other about differences and how the world's reacting with different scenarios and things like that. And it becomes a very much a, well, why do you do this? Why do you do that? You're doing that differently to us, so you must be different. You must be wrong. Do you know what I mean? This is what I see. Because of cultural differences.
Mm-hmm.
So it's no different to like Muslim and stuff where people are, because of previous past and certain scenarios, culture, they think naturally that, oh, they're going to do this, do that, do that. And it becomes a very you've read the front cover, but you haven't looked at everything else. That's the way I see it.
Very easy to be philosophical.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Because you go over to war and these war-torn countries and stuff like that, and I can tell you now, when you see a kid running across open ground that's sharper than your fucking teeth, and you're running open on it with no shoes, no nothing, playing football, and then next minute you're fighting their dad because terrorists have come round and Taliban have got involved with family and stuff like that. You see all three sides of it.
Mm-hmm.
You see a family that's struggling. You see the kids really enjoying themselves with very minimal things. And then you see somebody being forced because of family and they're doing what's right for their family. They have no choice. And then we're just coming and making the decision whether they die or not.
Mm-hmm.
Due to culture. If we weren't there, wouldn't happen, no problems, that family would still be here. This
Perhaps.
is a lot of the shit that we see.
A lot of perhapses.
Well, what do you see on the news? 460 odd soldiers dead due to Taliban, and they're all Muslim, and this. You're not seeing any of the good shit. You're not seeing that. Well, this unit's been out and done peacekeeping today around several different villages, and they've met up with kids, done shurahs with the village elders, and they've learnt this information about this and their culture this, or not all people are the same. Do you know what I mean? If one American goes around a school and shoots all the kids in a school, that doesn't mean all Americans are the same. Do you know what I mean? Same with UK.
No. So.
And I think that's where the world's gone wrong. Everyone's bracketing everything.
The issue with most of the traditional forms of media is that violence and sex sells, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So with news media, violence, hatred, that's what's going to get you clicks. 2016 to 2020, the news called it the Trump bump. Anything that was about Trump got them money. Biden took over 2021 to 24, and a lot of these news organizations had to lay people off. CNN, a shit ton of people got laid off. A lot of news organizations because they couldn't use the Trump name anymore. He wasn't in power. Nobody cared. So for them, they got hit hard because they didn't have the negative press to go on anymore. And
there were a lot of comedians that made their name because of fucking Trump.
Yeah.
During the Trump bump. And I said made their name, but now you turn around and you're like, who?
Yeah, who were these people?
Who were these people? It's like, and you don't even realize, that they're now that they were part of the Trump thingy.
The Trump bump, yeah.
The Trump bump, yeah.
That's basically what it was. And so that's the same thing that you're saying there. Is any kind of negativity, that's what's broadcast because people are going to tune into it out of fear, out of interest. They're going to be like, what's going on? If you say, hey, firemen saved freaking kittens or whatnot, they're going to be like, whatever. But if it's something that could bring...
That was cool.
Yeah, if it's something that could bring harm to them, their family, their friends, people they care about, they're going to click and be like, okay, let's see what's going on. And so the news is just simply used it as a business. They need to make money. They got to get them clicks, them views. And the way to do that is brutality, sex, violence, negative, anything. So... And if that's all you're seeing, yes, it does lead to depression, other mental issues that come along with that, anxiety. My wife, Asher wife, that's how she is. When everything was kicking off and, Trump sent in the bunker busters and the Warhawks, or the Tomahawks, I didn't say shit to her. And then she went into panic mode because she saw it on Facebook many hours later after I was off the stream. And I'm like, I knew about it. Everything's fine. I've been watching, but anxiety through the roof because of it, And that works for most people. Most people that are just, I guess, I call them normies. It's the people that don't follow politics as much as, you have your political commentators and nerds like me. So when it comes to politics or... even with movies, normies that go see the normies that go see all the Marvel stuff or superhero stuff, they go see a movie, they love it, but the comic nerd is like, they fucking ruined it, things like that. Normies, I guess, is a good thing because at least you're living life and it's not a big concern whether Trump did this or fucking Biden did that.
I have to 100% agree with what you just said about fucking the nerd saying you ruined it. Because but I also can take what is it, a movie for a movie.
Yes.
It's like I don't care if it's a sequel, a prequel, or a time skip, whatever. I take each movie as a movie, and the prime example of that is Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't look at 1, 2, and 3 being part of 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah.
Or 7, 8, 9 being part of 4, 5, and 6. I look at 4, 5, and 6 as one movie. 1, 2, and 3 as a separate block of
saga.
A different movie.
Mm-hmm.
And then 7, 8, and 9 as a different movie. To me, we don't have 3 different Star Wars sagas. We have 3 different movies named Star Wars.
Yeah.
They are 100% completely different. I don't care if they're supposed to be in the same universe or whatever. They are 100% different.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but at the same exact time, I'm also on the other end of the spectrum. It's like there's a super movie coming out, and my first thing is, why are they fucking remaking Superman? Why can't they come up with their own idea? This is like the 5th Superman and like the 8th Spider-Man
Yeah.
since I was a kid. I'm like, we don't need you to fucking redo the same thing over and over again. You can't make your own fucking imaginary fucking superhero.
Yes.
I'm sure you can make millions more if you just come up with your own person wearing, I don't know, a green and purple costume and have, you know, I don't know, a power of acid spitting.
Yeah. I mean, you can
You
come up
know,
with a lot of things. Yeah.
Come up with your own shit.
Yeah. There's a lack of
Stickman.
creativity.
Or
Stickman.
instead of remaking movies or the same movies, doing a reboot, and if you can't come up with anything yourself, there are plenty of books out there that you could make into a great fucking movie. You know? The books may not be popular, but you know what? If you try to make a movie out of it, and if you're a good writer to make it really interesting, guess what you can do? You can increase the popularity of that fucking book.
Mm-hmm. My
Ice cream time.
ice cream time. Get to ice cream. I think a $1 billion idea. I mean, probably multi-billion-dollar idea that nobody in freaking Hollywood's seen. I don't know why. Is why don't they remake the movies that flopped? You know why it flopped. You know what the reason it was that it was terrible. Remake those to where they're good and successful. Why are we remaking the successful movies and making them worse? I mean, that's my thoughts on it, you know. Not always a sequel or anything like that, but just in general, a movie comes out, it flops, you're like, okay, it wasn't popular, anything like that, so.
I got why it wasn't popular prior to it, you know?
Right, you have all the things going your way because you could always reach out and be like, hey, remember this movie? And they're like, yeah, that's not one that sucked. Why did you think it sucked? Very easy to do market research on that, and you can go, all right, let's make it work this time. Boom. Money.
It's like, I already know why, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9 Star Wars sucks because it's more about the director's political, I don't want to say political view, but it was more around her sexist views. That movie changed so fucking much. Why Flynn was portrayed as a player instead of what he was supposed to be, you know?
Yeah.
Because he had how many fucking relationships? How many love interests?
I mean,
Wasn't the writers. It was like the script of the director changed so much. The director changed so much that one director had a plot line going this way, the second director took an offshoot saying, no, I want to take it this way. And the other one, the last one, took it and saying, no, I want to go that way. It was too many Indians and too many chiefs and not enough Indians.
Yeah.
There should have been one person above the director that had all to say about which way the fucking movie was going.
So I know a lot of those movies, the writing wasn't even done before they started shooting. So there was no clear constructed path. I mean, okay, so I'm a huge Star Wars nerd when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
George Lucas already wrote out those movies. They were ready to go, everything like that. Gave them to Kathleen Kennedy when she took over Lucas when it was acquired by Disney. And Kathleen said, no, we're going to do it this way. And she kind of did a self-insert of herself using Rey. Nothing wrong with the actress Daisy Ridley. She's a great actress. It was the character writing that wasn't too great for her. You're right about the directors as well. The first one, J.J. Abrams, and then what's the director that did the fucking Onion or whatever it was, and Knives Out. Can't remember his name. But JJ went one direction. The next guy came in and said, no, fuck that. I don't like that. We're changing it. He changed
I
it.
was appalled. I was appalled when fucking at the end of the first one.
Mm-hmm.
The first one I liked it mostly, but at the end when Luke just took the lightsaber and threw it over his shoulder into the ocean, I'm like, what the fuck?
That was not Luke. No. No, he wouldn't do that. He was 100% committed to the Jedi ways. That was his whole thing, and they killed Luke in that movie. The first one, instantly. Just, that wasn't Luke. There was a name that they were using in social media to express that wasn't Luke. Some other kind of Skywalker is what they called him, but
It's unbelievable, alright? It's like, I'm a big fan of the fucking Star Wars books. So, like, I read or listened to quite a bit of them.
mm-hmm.
And it's like, what is now considered, fanfic compared to what was considered legend. It's like, they should have stuck to what fucking Lucas had already confirmed
Yes.
as canon and kept it as canon.
Yeah.
Because freaking Han Solo's kids
Mm-hmm.
in the old canon were so much fucking better than fucking whatever
what we have now.
Ben
Kylo
then
and
Kylo was.
yeah.
Fucking what was it? Solo Leia had twins.
Yes.
Just like how her and Luke were twins.
Yes.
Fucking one was male and one was female, and unfortunately, yes, the female went to the dark side, but her whole entire story arc and fucking thing was fucking phenomenal. It's like she was a fucking villain that you rooted for.
Mm-hmm.
It's like she was an anti-villain.
Yeah.
It's the best way I can describe it.
Mm-hmm.
She was very powerful in the dark side, but she did the wrong things for the right reason.
Yeah. She's kind of like gray Jedi-ish.
It's like she fully embraced the dark side powers, but she was using them to save people.
Right.
And it was quite fucking confusing, but it was also excellent fucking writing, stating that not all dark. I think they were trying to prove a point. Not everyone who uses the dark side power is necessarily evil. But it was just, I liked it. It was a really interesting way of doing things.
I mean, and if you wanted to continue with Luke and his side, you could have brought in Mara Jade, right?
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Freaking purple lightsaber, like, been amazing. But
Luke even had a child, if I remember correctly.
yeah, I think him and Mara Jade had one.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's so much they could have done, and it's, I don't know.
What I would love to see them do is make a movie of like the history of the human Sith, because that is phenomenal in itself.
So going back to like Korriban and whatnot.
Yeah, before Corbin, it's like the whole fucking
Tulak Horde and all that.
the human Sith, like human becoming a Sith, was all because of the fucking Jedi.
Right.
But they won't do it because that's going to show them just how much of a dictator and evil that fucking the Jedi are. But it was phenomenal.
Doesn't matter how you look at it. Loki was the best Jedi.
Who?
Loki.
Loki was the best writer.
I don't know who Loki is. I'm out.
Captain America or fucking Marvel.
Oh yeah, no, I don't watch Marvel stuff. I'm a terrible nerd when it comes to that. So
Yeah, it's
Was Luke justified in his actions in The Last Jedi?
Did he
He
fucking
did
his
Han
sister?
shoot first.
yeah, Han shot first. I know that. But what are you talking about with The Last Jedi? What actions did he... Was he not justified or justified doing?
His character choice and motivation more than anything.
Hmm.
I know fuck all about Star Wars. I'm using the internet as reference. They're saying here are some popular Star Wars debate topics. Just going through them and seeing what was what.
Yeah, the best one of all. Was Jar Jar Binks a Sith Lord?
Yeah, that's on here.
Yeah.
The role of the Force. What does it truly mean to bring balance to the Force? Is it about destroying the Sith or something more
Nuanced.
does the concept of midi-chlorians enhance or detract from the mythical nature of the Force?
Interesting. Yes, Jar Jar was a Sith. Chameleon. See, when you look at it this way, alright? Jar Jar Binks was the master of the drunken master style of Kung Fu, but in Jedi form. So he acted like a klutz and everything, but really he was aware of what he was doing at all times. And he simply used his powers to influence the outcomes of things, slowly working his way into, I guess, their Senate. Becoming a senator and everything like that, working his way up the chain as a Sith.
Yeah, but no, if you actually research and look at all forms of Jedi, every form of Jedi is actually a type of Kung Fu style.
A martial arts style, yeah.
A martial art style. Which is why when you take, with that in mind, when you take a look at Jar Jar and everything that he does, how he can purposely, like, freaking fall off a balcony, but yet land on his fucking tippy toes and hold his hand out and go, ta-da!
Mm-hmm.
He was a fucking he was the master of the drunken Kung Fu fighting.
He was a ninja.
Oh, man. Oh, there's always that kind of stuff. My favorite era that I would love to see on the screen, but I never want them to actually make movies or series about it. The Old Republic. Revan, Bastila, all of them from back in the day. I would love to see it, but I don't want to see it.
I think it would make a better TV series than it would a fucking movie. Right.
I mean, you could do a TV series with a movie or something like that, or a couple movies, but yeah, I don't want it to be done by Disney. That's the only thing I don't want done.
I like the fact how Revan was supposed to be not anti-sexual, gender neutral.
Yeah.
Revan was supposed to be gender neutral. They or them. You were not supposed to know the sex of Revan because it was up to, especially with the game, the imagination of you, the player, Revan.
Yeah.
You know? And as soon as Disney took over, what did they do?
Mm-hmm.
They gave Revan a fucking gender. It was like, motherfucker.
Yep.
Leave the gender neutral alone. Leave the freaking people alone, because heck, there are people out there, or people in history, that did great things, but you don't know a lot about them, and some people say they're male, and some people said they're female, and that was the best thing about Revan. It was a person that did something, you know, that made a huge difference in the galaxy, but you didn't know who or what they were, and that is what I loved about Revan until Disney fucked it up.
Yeah. Disney had to do that. Yeah, it's that and the Force
Same
is
thing
female.
with the Warhammer series. Why that movie didn't get released was due to the writers changing everything.
Mm-hmm. All good, Cap. You're good. Just tell everybody don't click that.
It's Disney doesn't understand this one simple fact. When it comes to, like, even if it's the superhero universe, Marvel universe, or Star Wars universe,
Just have some time out for that shit.
don't fucking change things. Keep it the way it is, because you're gonna piss off a lot of fucking people.
Yeah. There you go. Ryan fixed it for you.
Ryan, put him in timeout.
Timeout, fucker.
Alright. Time to check out this new mod that I bought. That I downloaded.
Yes. No, I mean, there's a lot of debate, a lot of stuff to go on, but like Star Wars is one of those things I'm passionate about. A movie I would love to see, again, as long as Disney didn't make it, The Rule of Two. Let's go with Bane, right? Bane and Hannah, and how the Rule of Two was created. I don't know if you read those books, Dapper, but damn, were they good.
Yeah. A lot of people don't know about that.
Those were my favorite, and I want those books in hardback so bad. I've only read them, I don't own them, but yeah. That would be amazing.
I've read it, but it's not one of the ones that stuck in my head.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was the creation of the Rule of Two. It explains how, how Darth Bane came to be. He had the freaking armor due to the parasites that grew on his skin hardened, so he couldn't even be hit and killed with a lightsaber. And he had his apprentice Hannah, and she tried to kill him, and there's a whole great story there, and how she tried to take over all that, but yeah. Fucking hell, was that good. Alright, check the board. Make sure you save. I'm gonna end off, so I gotta find someone to raid into here.
Billy said he's firing up.
Oh yeah, Billy Bob's firing up. He's been hanging out in chat the whole time, so it makes sense. Gotta wait 10 seconds, it'll pop up.
I download a mod and now I can't find it. Like where the fuck it is.
Well, shit. Tab over to here. All right. No, I'm not. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, Billy Bob, get in the right space. We're here for you. Well, on the stream, you can always jump in, hang out, all that fun stuff, See who we're going to raid into. Where's my Twitch stuff at?
Well, that is private is streaming cat in the industry, but I don't know who's streaming Bull Biting Simulator.
Did you say Provis?
Travis.
Oh, Tivius?
Ty. Why the hell am I saying Travis? Ty.
Ty. I'm like, all right, I need to translate Dapper real quick.
my mind is fucking going all over the place right now.
Oh,
I only had, about 5 hours sleep?
Couple, yeah. Boom is on, Ty is on. That's right, Ryan. That's right. I don't know. Am I the only one actually running?
You're the only one that's running. I just looked at the GMS.
Gotcha. Okay. Day 2. He was doing this earlier, the Dragon Tail Isle. I don't know what all that's about, but is Wheels still running? He was running. Supermarket Simulator, unless you guys are doing your thing, you don't want him in here.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a front end loader thing. Why is it not in the front end loaders?
Gotcha. Later, Ryan. Or not Ryan, later, Cap. So you got a new skin for the thing, or is that what you were saying?
No, I'm playing GMS. I got this square bale grabber. So there's a quarter pack, and I can't find it. And
Oh,
I'm
Farm
looking at it,
Sim.
oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
And I'm still kind of burnt out from the 10 hours of prepping.
You're good. I guess we'll go hit up Ty. Go hit up Ty. He doesn't have very many people hanging out, so we'll hang up with Ty. Make sure you guys show him love. All the good stuff that way. He's got safe space stuff going on, so let's try to keep it PG, but he's a good dude. So anyways, I want to say thank you for hanging out. Thanks for the follows. Much appreciated. The subscriptions on the YouTube side, we're closing in. I think we're at like 25 or less, and then I'm at 500 on the YouTube side, which is crazy. So thank you for that. I'm going to keep streaming next couple days. We're doing a birthday stream on Thursday. Make sure you're there for it. It's going to be a long day. Or at least a longer stream where we're just going to hang out, shoot the shit. So hope to see you there. But in the meantime, wherever you're at, you take it easy, and we will catch you later.